The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
It's a little bit weird. It's weirder to be Joe Rogan.
You think?
Yeah, it's gotta be.
It's weird. It's weird to be any person in the public eye. But in this time, it's particularly weird. I feel like one of the only people. I mean, the media is so bizarrely compromised. It's so weird when you watch these narratives spin both on the left and on the right. And like, is anybody fucking rational? Is anybody looking at in this so few that a comedian like yourself just rises to the top of the heap?
Well, it's funny, dude, because since the last time I was on, this has been kind of like the knock on me in a way now.
Is that was comedian?
It is a comedian.
You're
This
my
guy's not an
emotional
expert.
support comedian.
That's right. Yes, that's right.
Have you ever been
It
an
feels
emotional
weird.
support comedian?
Weird doing this without Doug, to be honest. It seems kind of wrong. But dude, that's been like essentially that's like the knock is like, yeah, but you're acting like you're an expert, but you're just some comedian. And it's like, no, that's always been yes, I'm just a comedian. I'm not an expert. And still being not an expert, hand me your favorite Warhawk and I will tear them to shreds because it's actually not that hard. And these people aren't really experts either.
Well, also the problem with that is these people that are talking about these things are talking about people not being experts while they're not experts.
Yeah.
There's, what does Doug have a degree in English?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Sam Harris is a neuroscientist.
Mm-hmm.
There's always different people who have, expertise in.
Let's take a quick break so I can tell you about my favorite comedy special of all time, the Rabbi. You guys, let's do it. Mr. Holmes. What does that mean? I don't know. He just called somebody in the audience. As he says, he's taking a nacho, giving a nacho cheese. I'm back, Mr. Whole Foods. He said, we're dipping your nacho cheese. I don't know what that means either. It says, too spicy. Latinos, apparently they're assholes. That's what Chad says now. I like Latino people. Too spicy, right? Too spicy? You know what spicy means? Assholes. That's what that means. Sorry. I was going to get dope. I told my mom was a hey mama, backstage. That's the conversation he had with his mom about the vaccines. At one point in the special, he just says names of Spanish food, Mexican foods. Mexican food, very Mexican. He married a Mexican. He starts up. I go, hey Dallas, I love you, Texas. A lot of ladies in the crowd tonight, which is the best start I've ever seen in Dallas. Dallas is beautiful. And Los Angeles is North Korea with a beach. LA is North Korea with a beach. That's not true. I think it is Wi-Fi, so that's true. I don't know. I think North Korea probably has beaches, Daddy. Needles aren't touching this temple, Daddy. Needles aren't touching this fucking temple, Daddy. The best way to watch is with your night vision goggles, your Ugg boots, your big dick. Sorry about that. What? Be cool. Tom Brady has a be cool. Also, if you're like you.
Look at this. What is this? What's up, pimp? Apologies, I couldn't talk. I was saying my prayers. What's good, son?
Okay.
What's new with you? What's new with you, pimp?
I'm good. I'm good.
All right, you're good. No stand up this week, right?
Oh, yeah, no, it was meant to be. It was going to be, but it's not, but it's not on.
Why isn't it on?
Double holiday.
Oh, King's birthday?
Labor Day.
Labor Day, okay. Are you ready to play? All right.
Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
I think it's called like Livercoin. Livercoin. It's a medication they're pushing to people with autism. It's kind of like what I said. Yeah, they brought about diagnosis, getting enough people diagnosed with these conditions, and then start marketing the drug.
Okay, so let's talk about something other than mental health. What's on your agenda for this week? That was a good shot. That was a very good
Watch
shot.
a video of someone
Watch a video of someone what?
with,
Oh, go in the hole.
with very severe Tourette. Like very severe Tourette's, like the type of Tourette should be like, yeah, like every second they were having a tick.
Okay, what's on your agenda for this week? Like, what are your plans for the week?
This week, Walk the dog tomorrow.
Okay, those aren't like plans, dog. I mean, like, are you gonna try to get the job? Are you gonna call it plays? What are your thoughts? What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna work on thinking of jokes.
Okay, that's not really a thing though. You're going on Thursday to that singles thing.
Oh
Are you excited about that?
yeah, not really.
Why not?
Because the girls in this city fucking suck.
Dog, Chelsea doesn't. Chelsea's got an amazing personality, and she lives like she's like your neighbor. What a shot!
Oh no.
That was beautiful, Zoo. Good job, man.
Did you learn how to do it?
Did I learn how to do what?
I think you can probably. I think it would be possible to get a hold of one of this one.
Not with a shot like I just had.
You would have to hit the tree, and then it would have to bounce up.
What are you gonna do, dog? Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go?
Good news is you fucked me. But you fucked me.
Good.
Rabbi, this is the shot you should have done.
I don't think so because that shot's in the water, which means that it's done. Are you serious? Can I not make it through there? Oh, so I just gave you like a opportunity.
Yes. Rabbi, I rate your shot at 0. And this shot's a 10.
That is a 10.
Or a 9. Maybe an 8.
Okay. That was really good though. Looks like you might win. Are you proud of yourself? You're guaranteed the win.
We could try.
I hate this hole though. I don't think maybe one time I finished it. I never do well. I think this is one of the most difficult holes in either.
I think it's, though, it's probably my favorite hole. Would you agree?
No, I hate this hole. I don't do well on it. You got kicked out and then back?
Oh, how are you both doing?
Oh, great question. I've had to redesign them to go back to kick, but they are basically pretty close to being like always working. So even if they get banned, they'll just come back and work, and they're not going to get banned as often, I don't think, because I've started to go with more spamming on smaller accounts. So instead of doing less spamming on big accounts, more spamming on smaller accounts seems to be, wow, that was good. So a way to go.
So I watched this video of this guy who's 20 years old and he only ate mac and cheese.
Okay, I mean, that's not that long of a life.
I mean, when you say that's not that long of a life,
Fuck. This hole is so hard.
do you think he's gonna die a young death? Just eating mac and cheese.
I mean, he needs to eat a little something more, but not necessarily that much more.
How long do you think you could survive with mac and cheese? Just purely mac and cheese.
Probably about 30 years.
Really?
Yeah. Dude, good win.
What do you think? I think we talked about this, but what's the most unhealthy diet besides not eating?
Oh, we have talked about this. Probably just all alcohol. Look at this shot, Zoot. Look at this shot, Zoot.
How bad is alcohol for you?
How bad is what? Oh, alcohol for you?
Alcohol.
I mean, it's like literal poison.
Literal poison?
Yeah, it's like toxic. That's why you get the effects of it, because it's like your body addressing the toxicity.
Yeah, I used to drink alcohol. Now looking back, it was just extremely dumb. Nothing ever good happens when you drink alcohol. But nothing ever good happens when you drink alcohol.
Oh, I disagree with that. You can have some good times. It alleviates your inhibitions. It can make you dance. It can make you go up to girls and ask them out.
Yeah, but you can't do that. You don't need alcohol to do that.
That is true. But it makes it easy. No way you get it through there. No way. Impossible. Impossible, Zoot.
ADHD.
Zoot, when are you going to call that place?
What is for?
All right, you just did. So why don't you call them tomorrow?
Rabbi, you just helped me.
Zoot, answer my question.
There is no drug. I've talked to many people.
Zoot. You haven't talked to anybody who's a medical professional about this subject. Not one. You've never talked to a doctor about it. Never. You talk to like people on the street or random individuals online. You don't talk to anybody who is an expert in this subject.
I've met people with Tourette's.
Zoot, You have never talked to a doctor about this subject. And that's what you need to do. You're annoying that you just randomly blurt out things and you don't want to help yourself. I would understand if you were like, look, Rabbi, I am taking the medication or I am in some type of therapy to stop this. I understand that. That I get. And oh, what a shot. And I can understand, like, I get that. But for you to just be like, Zoot, let me finish. Let me finish. You say they don't work. You've never taken them. Okay, you don't know. Zoot, you've never to a doctor about this. You've never. First, I know you're lying because you've said they don't make medications for Tourette's. And then when I told you that they did, now all of a sudden you say, well, they don't work. You've never talked to a doctor about this.
They're experimental drugs.
No, they're not. They're used by millions of people around the world. And you didn't even know. You don't know anything about this subject. I don't know if you're just afraid or what, but you're weird for wanting to get listen, you're weird for wanting to get diagnosed with other conditions that you don't have, and you don't want to get the one that you do have addressed. That's weird.
I don't want to take Tourette's medication.
They have other therapies that you might be able to utilize. So you go to a doctor and you say, look, I don't want to take Tourette syndrome medication. Okay? But what else can you do to help me? At least
I've emailed a place from an inquiry and they're going to call me back later this week.
Zoot, all you have to do is call the place. You even know their number. What a shot. What a phenomenal shot.
I submitted an inquiry.
Zoot, you're full of shit. Okay? I don't care about that. That takes days to get followed up on. You literally could do this within an hour. Like 10 minutes. You just have to call the place. All you have to do, and you've lied about it before. You're like, oh, I'm going to the doctor. I just, nobody wants a friend who straight up lies to them. No one wants that. And you don't have a really good reason to do it. Look, if your life were on the line or something like that, I'd be like, okay, I understand why you're lying. But you're basically just being stubborn, and it makes it frustrating to be your friend. And I want the best for you, and I want you to be able to live a successful life. So what you need to do tomorrow is contact that place, whatever it was called, Mental Health Adelaide or whatever, and you say to them, I would like to discuss a Tourette syndrome diagnosis. If I have it, I want to know how to deal with it without medication. That's all. That's all you need to do. If you did that, you hear me bitching about it because I'd be like, okay, he did everything that he could. But instead, you just sit here and blurt random shit out. Sometimes it's offensive to me, and I don't like it. But I deal with it because I'm your friend, and I understand that you have this issue. But not everybody's going to be that way. You have the potential to meet a really nice girl on Thursday. And you don't want to be able...
Okay, you have a potential to fucking get a good show.
And you... Let me finish. And you don't want to have that opportunity go to waste because you blurt out titties, or you give her the finger, or you... Oh, I can't believe I missed that. Or you just ask her something that's inappropriate.
Okay, what if I take these medications and medication makes everything worse? It makes the Tourette's worse.
Then you don't have to take them anymore.
Well, then I would have worse Tourette's.
You don't know that, Zoo. And you need to get this addressed with the doctor.
Rabbi, can we play DOS Party?
If you want, yeah, after this game.
It's a daily challenge.
Okay.
We're going to play a game with DOS Party and the daily challenge.
Okay, Zoo. So tell me this week you will call the place and not lie to me by saying that you called, that they didn't pick up, or that you went to a doctor's appointment. Like, just do it, man. It's for your own good. It would be like someone were having tooth pain, and all they did is complain to their friend about their tooth pain. And their friend was like, well, dude, why don't you just go to a dentist? And they're like, dentists don't work. I've talked to people before, and they've gone to dentists and it didn't help them. And it's like, okay, that's fine, but that's not you. Just go to the dentist and get this.
That's a fucking difference because everyone goes to the fucking dentist. Not everyone goes to a Tourette specialist.
Not everybody has Tourette syndrome, but it's a perfect analogy. It's an absolute perfect analogy.
Oh, fuck off.
How'd you like that one, Zoo?
Why didn't that work?
Because I had already hit a shot that was below. It just takes you to your previous shot.
Why didn't you tell me?
I mean, we're playing the same game. I figured you would have known that.
But if I did that in the shot prior, it would have been a good shot.
Zoot, are you going to call the place this week?
Yeah, I already submitted an inquiry.
No. Your inquiry is nothing. It means nothing, and it's fake, and it's as much of a lie as it is when you said that you went to the doctor previously. I'm talking tomorrow morning, you call, and you make an appointment with the place. It's as simple as that. It's free. It doesn't cost you. It doesn't cost you anything. The state pays for it, and it's literally going to be the best thing to ever happen to you.
It's not real.
Zoot, what are you talking about? It's not real.
Tourette's is not real.
Zoot, you have it, and it's bad, and it's causing issues in your life.
It's not that bad.
It is very bad, dude. It causes you to just randomly say things.
It's very mild.
Yeah, but it shouldn't exist, or it should be addressed. You're just letting it go, and frankly, it's not. It makes you not a sociable person. You're a very nice person. You've got a lot going for you, but this makes you shit the bed. It's like you literally have. It's like you're baking a cake. Your life is like you baking a cake, and you put the layers down, and it's really, really pretty. But then at the very end, you take a poop on the cake. That's literally what you do. That's your life. And your ticks are the thing that make you take a poop.
Can we go talking about it?
Zoot, you're the one who brought it up. You said that you were watching someone with this, and I'm saying to you that it's important for you to get this addressed. When people come in here, you tell them to shut up, you become socially awkward with them. I want you to have a good life, and I want people to enjoy you when you're living a normal life. And you're unable to do so. So all you have to do to get me to shut up is say, yes, I will call the place this week, and I will make an appointment. Zoot, will you call them and make an appointment this week? Not email, call them. All right, I'm going to hold you to that. You said that you would. I think you're lying, and I don't like that, but it is what it is.
You ready?
Yes.
Whoever's in a better position.
I would say I am, but you're not in a bad one.
What about now? I think I'm gonna win.
I mean, I have the lead on you 3-2.
If I got that, then I would have won.
Yep.
Alright, I think we're gonna win. Oh, you suck at this stuff. Rabbi?
Go ahead, big dog.
That was another thing.
Thanks, big man.
But this is a 7 out of 10. Yeah, that's a 7.
This is a tough hole.
Yeah, that's a 10. No, no, right, got shot.
A 9.
A 9. 5. Holy shit. What do you rank my shot?
A 3. This game is over. Perfect game.
Let's play John's Party.
All right, this party it is, son.
You know why we're playing John's Party?
Because it's the game of the day or whatever.
You got 75 points. Fine.
Okay. Oh, I hate this game. Dude, are you gonna go or are you gonna jerk yourself off raw?
Yeah, but you get 75 points. Fine.
I forget how to
Yeah,
play.
we fucked up. We could have been earning a lot of coins and could be playing a lot more games of match matches to the different characters if we just play the daily quest every day.
Okay.
Not Rabbi. Just play the daily quest.
Okay, what do I do?
Rabbi doesn't like take up like so much before.
I mean, what are you, the power and Wi-Fi police?
No, I mean I'm just asking you. Does it like cost like 10 times more than it really is?
Not with solar.
Question. Okay.
And
Oh,
Wi-Fi
yeah, you can say.
and Wi-Fi is unlimited.
Yeah, I just didn't know.
Dude,
You ever get tired, like you just want to shut this off? Dude, I'd go crazy. How long you should be just having eyes on it. I'd go crazy.
dog, I love it. It's like my favorite thing in the world. It is my favorite thing in the world.
I just maybe at first were you like skittish about it, like you didn't understand too long, but you just accepted it.
No. I started going 24/7, like basically. Well, for the first 3 months, I just did it on GoPros. I know I'm hit roll. It's like my thing is frozen. But then once I got comfortable on camera, I just wanted to do it more than anybody. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah, that's
All right, well, that's essentially what it is. You just get used to it. And I don't really think about, I mean, yeah, there are like a ton of people watching me right now, aside from the people in this Discord.
Just like stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, It's not like I'm doing anything strange.
No, of course not. No, I just mean in general. Like, just having like I've seen you at different VCs. You know, I mean, people just talk the most shit.
Yet, now that's absolutely true. But I can't hear them, so it doesn't bother me. And I know what I'm doing is really important for the world. I mean, just creating data, at least being an exhibit for the world is very valuable. Even just having a time capsule of the world, it's extremely valuable.
Yeah,
So, what do I care if some 19-year-old kid who hasn't accomplished anything in his life, doesn't have an education, isn't going anywhere, is just sitting on Discord, cares about what I do? I'm educated, I'm financially independent, I have an accomplished resume, I have certifications and degrees. What do I give a shit what that person has to say?
yeah. As you should. You should give a fuck.
Exactly. Exactly. Have that person accomplish a third of what I've accomplished over the course of my life. And then, their opinion will matter more. But at this point, they just want to be a hater. They just want to talk shit. And they're they're more than welcome to. I don't silence them. Uh I don't necessarily
Yeah,
think that what they're saying doesn't have value, but they don't see what I'm doing. So they're only seeing like one small aspect of my life. But you're right, people do talk shit. There's no doubt about that.
yeah.
Oh my
Everybody
god.
talks shit.
That's true. What's good in your life? What are you doing nowadays?
Go straight.
I just like my free time. I just skate. You know, I think skating. I just like skating. It's like an outlet for me. Just like ragdoll a little bit, fuck off. I think my aggression out. I fuck off something. I don't know. It feels just like boring some shit.
Yeah, I get that. So do you skate at a park or do you skate?
I've created some stuff at my house where the ramp and setting up pipe. I got a lot of stuff here. I like parks. Parks are just more comfortable for me instead of a house because only like you're at a house you're more comfortable, everything's close by. I just like being at a park. I like park. Just like learning, I like watching people, and I just try to gain knowledge from them. If they do what I can't do, I just try to ask them, teach them step by step.
Absolutely. Are you in the skateboarding subreddit?
I don't. Never used it. Only because like I've heard so much weird shit that has happened on there.
Okay, well, it's something that you should use. It has all kinds of um, skating knowledge on it.
Yeah, I know they got like all that. I know Reddit's like a place. What? But like, I don't know. In Reddit.
Dude, I can't hit the play button. I don't know why.
I think you need videos. I don't think you can live stream. How many subscribers are there? I mean, I don't even know. I don't know YouTube like that.
On what?
What do you live stream on YouTube? You say?
Well, I have 50,000 on Twitch.
Oh, Twitch. So you can like
And I've got 10,000 on Instagram and about 10,000 on all my accounts on TikTok.
Fucking Rabbi, I fucked up. You just got another full house.
No, I didn't. Dude, the play button doesn't show up for me.
Oh no.
send an email. Right, they're pretty tough. They don't give a shit.
Rabbi, you just hit big fucking 4 times.
I know, but I can't hit play, so I don't know if it counts. I don't think it does.
Then you just gotta.
Going on 5, 6. Right.
Larry, what's on your agenda for this week?
And then,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not doing anything really. I don't know. I think I was gonna go up the state for like I'm in New Jersey, you know where Pleasant is?
Yeah.
Action Park. Yeah, I'm probably gonna head up there. You know, end of summer, really. But they got good shit almost for the year.
Do you know who Joey Diaz is?
Oh yeah, I love the dude. He's fun.
Exactly. He's gonna do Monday Night Football tonight on Twitter. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh, Zoot, I finally figured out how to get it to work. There you go. Indica or sativa?
I like sativa, but right now I got a hybrid. I hate hybrids. They always make me feel like shit.
Do you watch Joey Diaz's?
Okay.
Do you watch Joey Diaz's podcast?
I used to whenever I had Spotify, I used to
All right, that's tight.
Rabbi just quit. I like Joe Rogan. I only like the ones with people. I saw the whole Hogan, you know, I like when older people really go into detail, even if they're a superstar or like a star. They just explain this shit that happened that no one really knew about that happened off stage or on stage. You know, I like that. I don't know. I'm not crazy. You know, I know people believe fucking. Yeah, you know, it was back then. He called his daughter. He was just racist. I think it was like 60, 50. She was over. Like, yeah, it was fucked up, but like, who cares? Shit happened so long ago.
Okay, so you like you like
I just like podcasts with like people on what Stitch Fiction? I'm fucking giving something. Okay, shush.
Zoot, don't be an asshole, man. We have someone here. Okay, so do you like WWF or WWE?
Yeah. Yeah, I like all those shit. I like TNA.
Do you like
ECW.
ECW? Really?
ECW, yeah, I've watched this. I haven't really watched a lot of it because it's like a little way before my time.
Yeah. Okay. TNA.
TNA, yeah, I watched it. Dude, that's really whenever I got into the Hardy Brothers. I seen got a picture and
Oh, that's tight. Okay. Have you ever been to a WWE show?
yeah, Newark, New Jersey. It's like a main event with I think it was like I don't know. It was so long ago. All I know is I was fucking hurting for Roman. He got his ass kicked. But dude, it's like the 15, 16, 17 Roman was a beast. He just it's like he's going easy. So WWE just going easy.
Yeah, they don't use chairs anymore, right? No more blood.
Yeah, they use blood, I guess, but I think they use like little caps.
Right.
Like they'll cut himself. Like they have to do it quick because there's been so many explosions. Oh, he had a razor blade in his hand. He slit his head because he was completely fine.
Right, but they used to do that. They used to cut above their eyebrows. It was like that's crazy. Um,
It's all entertainment. Not entertainment, but it's entertainment. Just Who cares? You get paid good, man. Get that technician.
Right. Who's your favorite all time wrestler?
I'd have to say, honestly, I'd have to say, Dustin Rhodes.
Okay. Not Dusty Rhodes.
Dusty. Yeah, Dusty Rhodes. Yeah.
Okay, the guy who would wear a black leotard with yellow circles.
Yeah, and who's the fucking Arn Anderson? Arn Anderson.
Okay.
Four Horsemen.
Yeah. So Cody Rhodes' dad, Dusty Rhodes, and Arn Anderson, one of the Four Horsemen. Okay. Why do you like them?
I'd have to say that.
Why do you like them?
It's just, I don't know. My dad loved the Arn Anderson. He showed us some his skill set. I like it.
Okay. Do you like Rey Mysterio Jr.?
I haven't really kept up with him in WWE. I only know Rey Mysterio. I think, honestly, it's not even his son. I think it's more of Eddie's. He looks so much like Eddie than anything.
Okay.
Rey Mysterio Jr. is the most fun.
I would agree.
I didn't hear what he said.
Rey Mysterio
Rey
Jr.
Mysterio Jr. is more fun.
more famous. Yeah. Okay. Did you ever see Hulk Hogan fight?
I think I saw him at I never saw him fight. I saw him I got a picture of him.
Damn, that's tight.
It's probably my dad for yeah, he was pretty cool. I was young at the time, but dude, he was a fucking giant. He was ripped, dude. Even at his age, he was only fucking 65. But dude, he kept it. He kept it straight edge, I guess. But he still did drugs.
All right. Did you ever see? So Andre the Giant was before your time, right?
My grandmother seen him before that.
That's amazing. Where'd your grandmother see him?
My grandmother worked at the time, but she still does. But at the time, she worked at a supermarket, so it was like in the public of our town. It was like let's say capital. It was like the most biggest shopping, and so people would come in there day by day or whatever. And then one day, Andre came in, and I don't know the full story. Well, I remember my grandmother mentioned this at the table with my grandmother. For a bit. Yeah, she's seen him before.
Was he nice or did he speak English or anything?
She said he was very quiet, not stutterish, but more just like soft spoken. He wasn't like loud or anything.
I hit five. Oh, I hit it.
Wow, that's really cool. I've never known anybody to beat Andre the Giant. That's baller. All right. Yeah. So, what are your thoughts on Macho Man?
Macho Man.
Yeah,
I love him.
dude,
All you
baller.
gotta do is just like make an impression of an angry dad. That's just it. That was his real voice too.
Right. What about Miss Elizabeth?
This Elizabeth. I don't know who that is. I never really watched it.
Okay, so that was his wife. She didn't really fight though. I guess like maybe in '96 she fought once, but she's a very pretty lady who died of a drug overdose. Um, she was his wife. She was Macho Man's wife, and then she got into a relationship. Do you know who the narcissist Lex Luger was or is?
Yeah.
So basically he or she ended up dying in this drug overdose, but she was like one of the first, maybe most famous like female managers. Okay, do you remember? I mean, I imagine you do. Undertaker.
Yeah,
Do you remember his manager Paul Bear?
yeah, they're fucking PLS.
Right.
You just throw restraint.
I know I
You
did.
just throw restraint. Stop. That's insane. That's insane. Rabbi, you are running me by a lot now.
Well, that's good. Yeah. So, do you know why the manager has gone by the wayside?
Why is that?
It's because the entertainers, the wrestlers, have gotten better at expressing themselves, and they don't need someone else to do it on their behalf. And that means you don't have to pay multiple people, so it's just
Yeah,
more cost effective.
yeah.
You ready to die?
So, what the fuck is your problem?
In this game.
Yeah, that's not that's losing.
You don't get what I'm saying. Nice.
That doesn't make any sense. Larry, did you ever see Kate? Okay. Oh, so Kane became like the mayor of some town in.
Oh, King. Yes, I thought you said King. This is.
No, you're good. He became a mayor of like some little town, and
Yeah, I've heard of that. It's like I think it was Maine or something.
Tennessee,
No, I don't know.
Tennessee,
Tennessee, okay. Tennessee.
and it's interesting that uh, he became successful afterward. The Rock became super successful. Some of these guys became like extremely successful afterward.
Yeah, even like not even John Cena, but John Cena even became a movie star. Became at least double famous as what he was.
That's true.
It's pretty good roles too.
That's absolutely true. Wasn't Dave Bautista? Wasn't he a wrestler?
Yeah, Dave Bautista. Yeah, he lost all that. He lost all that weight. He lost all that.
Yeah, but now he's like a pretty big movie star.
Yeah, I think he's. I don't really watch too many movies anymore, so I'm just like intrigued. The movie industry is kind of just like it needs to be a superhero movie or something that's jihad. It's a good CGI.
Do you want to see the movie with The Rock?
Yeah, I'm interested in that. Like documentaries, I love.
Yeah.
I love the documentary. I love the serial killer on YouTube. I'm that type of person. I like those type of shows.
Rabbi, you are so much in front of me.
Not by that much.
Yeah, but I fucked up. Rabbi?
What's up, big dog? Larry, did you like Stone Cold Steve Austin? What'd you say, big man? Dude, in the heyday of the Attitude Era, everybody was such a big Stone Cold. I honestly was not, but everybody was like a huge Stone Cold Steve Austin fan.
I mean, he brought it back, to be honest, bro. He really did bring it back. Just the enthusiasm and just the raw, like, emotion. He just brought that back.
That's true. That's absolutely true.
Yeah, you can't play anywhere.
Right. And he just had that. It was like mean, basically, like F you, and people love that. What are your thoughts on?
Everybody loved it.
Oh, the other person who became really successful, Triple H.
He's old. He's nothing.
Correct. He's running WWE. He's running WWE.
He's running WWE, but like, I don't know. I feel like someone else can do that. I feel like maybe Roman could be like, Blake's just been there for a while. Like, he's probably the only one left from the attitude.
Oh yeah, I would imagine so. I don't know why Shane McMahon didn't want to run WWE.
Yeah, that's what I'm like confused about too. Whenever I heard he was running, I was confused because why? First off, Shane should. I don't even know how old Shane is now. Dude looked like 50 whenever I used to listen to him. Fucking TV.
Right.
Fuck. Don't let the five. Just the whole thing is just like. Don't let the five and six. Probably be better, bro. Fuck. Yes, new wrestlers fucking have to wear like 15 cosmetics, 12 body mods to walk on stage. Or walk onto the fucking like the wall thing. Crazy. I fucked up.
I don't know how to play this game too. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. I don't like how tight it is with actual sports. I think that's dangerous. That it's on like ESPN and stuff like that. I don't think that's good for the sport. Well, it's good for WWE, but I don't think it's good for sports because people confuse it with being an actual sport, and I don't think that's healthy for it. For sports, I should say.
Well, yeah, we agree in the sense of health wise and just safety wise. It's not really a sport, but I mean, the way so many people are jacked, so many people are athletic, so many people have different moves. It's like fucking flying in the sky for at least 3 seconds with bounce. It's just crazy. Some of the athletes there are really good.
Oh yeah.
I think it should be considered a sport. And on the other hand,
well, there's a saying that I've heard. I think from like Ric Flair or somebody that it should be called. What do you call it? It starts with a C. I'll think of it in a second. Like dance is a choreography. That's what it is. It's like athletic choreography, something like that. And I agree with that. Like it's to me like very much. You're good. You're good. It's something like that. Athletic choreography. I don't know if it could ever be like an Olympic sport, just because the results are predetermined. But
yeah.
Do you watch MMA?
Yeah, I've got into it sometimes.
Yeah, dude. Did you watch it this weekend?
No, but I heard some crazy shit about this.
Yeah, I honestly didn't watch it either. I sometimes fall asleep for them. but I've gotten into it over the course of the last 3 years or so. They're uh, they're very entertaining. Very much enjoy watching it. You ever watch bare knuckle boxing?
Oh yeah, they're fucking crazy. They're some crazy shit.
I agree.
Even hang out like that.
I agree, but I really like it.
Yeah, it's fucking cool, but it's like those guys are really like brawlers. The way you see them fight, like they'll really just fucking take it. They act like that.
Right. I think it's sad that like some of them are so desperate that they have to do that. However, I think that has a really big opportunity of being a big sport. Um, they got some MMA guy I watched a couple weeks ago, and he made his debut, and he just destroyed his competition. I can't remember his name, but it's interesting to watch it where the guys are like in normal boxing, it'll go like 10 rounds, but bare knuckle does not. But once they get a hit on a guy, it's basically over.
Yeah.
And they fuck them up.
They fuck super hard though. I see the
Right. Like basically, they don't go more than 2 or 3 rounds because if they do, well, just because it's like if you land a punch, you're only gonna land like 3 or 4 punches max before the guy is gonna get knocked out, and the risk is so high. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, oh, totally. What are your thoughts on? Well, and then they just fuck up guys' faces, like.
Yeah, I've seen so many clips on stuff. People just get punched and shit where it goes just like it's not even noticing. Like the word just
Right. There was one that went viral a couple days ago. I want to say about that. And they're just bleeding all over. They're basically broken their noses. Someone's, So, what are your thoughts on Slapfest or whatever it's called?
slap buddy.
Slap
I
buddy.
think that's even crazier.
Yeah. So, I think that you're right. If we're worried about CTE with these athletes and what can happen with them, it's wild to me that they allow that sport. Like it seems like it's really easy to get to concuss someone or just basically concuss someone. And
they wind up with so much power again too. It's just like the way they flinch up after, they really can't do anything. They have to take that shit again and then flinch up.
Right. And okay, so I think that they give some of those guys unfair advantages as well. The guys who have beards, I feel that's like a huge advantage. And but they allow guys to have beards, and I just don't think that they should, or that everybody should get a beard, because that's going to take a lot of the brunt of the hit.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't really understand that. I don't know. There are a couple of rules that I think they should change in MMA. Personally, I think that, and these are just things that Joe Rogan has really said, but I'm in agreement. The first thing is, if that round ends and you're on the ground, it should continue. The next round should continue with you being on the ground. You shouldn't get to stand up just because, because it's like in a street fight, you don't get rounds, and that's what this is kind of supposed to emulate. Additionally, I think that they should not. They should change the rule of the weight classes so that there should be an unlimited weight class. So you could have like a sumo wrestler fighting. I think that would be baller. Like basically right now, the highest weight you can have is 265, but that's not that big. Like if you're 6'5", 265, you kind of almost have to lose weight, depending on how much muscle mass you have, to get there. Another thing I would change is they do this thing. Uh, well, I don't think it's really fair. Like the weigh-in process, that all you have to do is make weight for the weigh-in process once.
Dude, I've seen people on weights just basically drop a shit and then they're like, that's just crazy shit.
Right. Well, or they're wearing like sweatsuits, like literally.
They'll wear like fucking like underwear and then they'll come back, they go underwear whenever they go on the scale, and then they drop the shit and they're like 2 pounds off or 2 pounds off.
Right. But it can be because guys will and girls will basically either starve themselves or not drink any water. Like there's this thing I was reading that you can, if you're really trying to lose weight quickly, a lot of times what these guys will do is not eat and not drink, obviously, but so that they don't dehydrate themselves to the point of death, they chew on ice through a towel, and that gives them like a little bit of water.
Yeah,
I don't
I've
really
heard of that.
I don't really get why that works, but I guess it's
I mean, if you really can't, like, depends on how they go for it. Because honestly, myself, I drink a shit ton of water, so like I'll be like chugging beverage after beverage if I don't got enough water. And honestly, what they if they really can't like resist that at a point, I don't know, I think it's crazy.
I just think that they should have to weigh in more often so that they don't put themselves in dire risk at the end. Um, Another thing, I would have the weight classes make sense. So either in kilograms or pounds, ideally kilograms because it's like what most of the world uses, but it would be like, I don't know, whatever it is, 50 to 55 kilograms, 55 to 60 kilograms, 60 to 65 kilograms. Like everything would be standardized by 5 or 10, whatever you want it to be. But this whole thing where it currently is, where I think with pounds, it's like there's 100 to 155, and then it jumps from 155 to 165, and there's 165 to 170. Like the jumping around doesn't make much sense. I just feel like the weight classes need to be re-evaluated and just be standardized. And I would be okay if they went metric with that. That's fine. But I'd like to see super heavyweights. So now heavyweights and 265. I want to see that increase to unlimited. I honestly think that if you wanted to be the best kind of fighter in MMA, the absolute best is the body type of a sumo wrestler. Because they can just use their weight and fucking, like, you're punching them or whatever, but it's hard to get to their face because their body's in the way. And all they have to do is basically tackle you and then just hold you. And they can just use their weight, like 300, 400, 500 pounds, to destroy you. I just think that that's a...
Yeah, they could really sit on you if they want.
Right. And I think that that body type is the ideal one for cage fighting. And I know that people probably think that's goofy, but I really do. I mean, okay, take somebody like John Jones. He's a heavyweight champion of the world, or was, or whatever. Now it's Tom Aspinall, but whatever. Either one of them. Like, they're big dudes. They're like, I think Tom Aspinall is like 6'5". John Jones is up there. Okay. And they, like, at least John Jones is known for his, like, being able, I mean, I don't know exactly what they're all known for, but, like, he can do, I think, like, he can kick really well. His, like, reverse kick is really good. That's how he won his last fight. And Oh, okay, fine. All that's great, but if you get a 400-pound sumo wrestler and they say go, all that sumo wrestler has to do is run at you, tackle you. You stop them from doing that. Even if you, let's say, punch them in the stomach or something, there's a lot of fat in there that's going to absorb that. It's not going to bother them that much. And all they have to do is just tackle you and then hold you down on the mat and use their weight to just sit on you. And you're not going to be able to lift 400 pounds. Like, even the strongest MMA fighters can't necessarily lift 400 pounds. And especially, it's not like in a weight, it's like in a body. So it's even more difficult. It's awkward weight. That's why I just think that if they allowed for super heavyweights, the sumo wrestler class would be like dominant. Okay, with that said, another thing I would change, and this might be the most controversial, I would get rid of the cage. I don't know if you've ever seen karate combat, but they do it with they're like ramps that focus inwardly. Have you ever seen this?
Yeah.
To me, the octagon cage, it inhibits too much from being seen. Basically, you've got the pillars and you've got the fence, and then it's like a penalty if you lock into the fence, but then it's a judgment call if you get your toes into the fence. I don't like that. I think it should just be, you still make it an octagon, but make them the ramps that focus inwardly, and then there are clear sight lines. I just think it would make the sport attractive,
Yeah.
and I know they don't do that. What'd you say?
I think if they wore some like socks that's like similar to like a bottom of the foot, like where they can move around, bro, like this ballet socks, I think that'd be good. I don't want to see the fucking feet in the air anymore or anything, man.
With the gloves, I feel like they should put like make it like a mitten so that these guys don't get fingers to the eyes, eye pokes and shit. I think that could be avoided. And but the big thing for me is getting rid of the cage. The cage was great, but too often guys can use the cage to their advantage, and it's just too small. Joe Rogan has always said this, and I'm in agreement. The cage is too small. If you're in like everybody always wants to see the fight like between two guys, but they want them to be able to get like running starts and stuff. If you just took like an NBA basketball court and put the ramps down inwardly in an 8-figure octagon where everybody could see sight lines and everything, like that for a lot of people would be more attractive, because then you really get to see how somebody works with a lot of room. It's not such a condensed, closed off area. And then these guys also don't get to like work the cage, like where they get a guy in a headlock or like pin him up against the cage. There's none of that. It's basically on a ramp, and you're not allowed to go too high on the ramp or you get a penalty. And then the sight lines are clear. The cameras can see everything. It's a lot more attractive, I think. I don't know why they don't do that, especially in these stadiums. A lot of people say like you could have the front row seats at an MMA, and because there's so much shit in the way, meaning pillars and referee and the chain, sometimes those aren't even the best seats. Straight up, where you can see everything and it's not inhibited. So I don't know. I feel like if they make
like some arenas, there's some like spots.
well, yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you there. So, just overall, I think that they could make a few changes to the UFC that would drastically bring it more popularity. Now, the thing that's going to be giant for them is the White House UFC next July, in July, because it's going to be on CBS. It's going to be like a national event. A lot of people who've never seen MMA before will watch it. It's going to be free. It's going to be giant. Conor McGregor is going to be fighting. Perhaps John Jones is going to be back, though Dana White said there's a 1 in a billion chance. But as John Jones says, if there's 1 in a billion chance, that means that there are 8 people on this earth who have a chance, and I'm 1 in 8, basically, of all the fighters that have ever fought. So I should be able to fight. He's just got to stay out of trouble. And I think that he'd have a better opportunity. In my opinion, though, I mean, I don't know MMA that well, but it's hard to say that John Jones is not the best fighter of all time. I feel like another thing that holds the sport back, and it's nothing against these guys, they do their best to overcome it, but they have these last names that are really difficult to remember, and they're foreign to most Western audiences, and people just confuse them. And so it's best that they use these nicknames. It makes them more marketable.
So everybody actually has a need.
Exactly. All right, so you're a big Joe Rogan fan. Do you like stand?
Vegas, I've heard of. Yes.
No doubt. I think it's pretty obvious. I'm the biggest. I'm the one who's watching it right now. In this live stream. All right. So, do you know who the person who's been on the Joe Rogan Experience is the most? Do you know who they are?
I have to say Joey Diaz.
It's not Joey Diaz. It is a guy named Brendan Schaub. He was an MMA fighter, and he has a podcast known as The Fighter and the Kid. And he is, as Joe Rogan has said, perhaps the most hated person on the internet. Everybody just makes fun of this guy, and for good reason. Anyway, why do they make fun of him? Because he's failed at everything that he's done. He did the MMA. He was a top 10 fighter in the MMA, which is he played football at the University of Colorado and only played like 3 days. Then tried to make it in the NFL and make a team. Then he was on the show The Ultimate Fighter, which was his like claim to fame, and then he didn't do that well in MMA. I mean, he was like a top 10 fighter, but heavyweight, but like not that great. And then he starts his podcast with another guy. They're basically just Joe Rogan's boys. And Joe Rogan is the one who talked Brendan Schaub, the UFC fighter, into getting out of the UFC and maybe starting a podcast. And so basically they've been doing it for like 12 years now. And there's a subreddit that just is dedicated to just shitting on these guys. And it's so funny. It has its own lore, and like I don't know, these guys. There's like all these guys in the Joe Rogan verse. These guys shit on. The only one they really like is Shane Gillis. He's like the only person that they find funny. Because like all these guys. Do you know who Shane Gillis is?
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever heard that thing that he said. It's really funny. He's like, and apologies if you've heard it before, I'm slaughtering it. But he's like, oh, so if you know his story, he played he got into West Point and played football there, or was going to play football there, but left after a month, and then went and played at some other school. He played at Elon in North Carolina, and then he was going to be on Saturday Night Live, and he was actually announced to be on Saturday Night Live until they found his own podcast and then rescinded that offer. So basically, he says, if you want to know technically, I am a veteran because I went to West Point. Even though I was there for a month, that technically makes me a veteran. And on top of that, it was during a period of war, which means it's automatically a medal. And so I'm a decorated veteran who was also on SNL. He's like, who was also an SNL alumnus. Like, basically, like, it's not, none of those things really happened, but yet technically all of that stuff is true. It's a very funny skit that he has.
Yeah.
What game are you playing?
Black Ops 1, which is a modded map.
Okay. Well, as you do that, I'm going to turn Joe Rogan back on. Feel free to enjoy. I'm also, while I do that,
One
I'm gonna be
area
watching
that is
this
pretty
other
much outside
podcast that,
geopolitical, world politics and international relations and chaos and war and the military-industrial complex. Like, these are very, very complex, sophisticated, nuanced discussions that you have to have when you're talking about these things. There's so many different factors at play. There's so much money. There's so much bullshit in terms of, like, what's the truth? What's the narrative? Who's pushing the narrative? Who's being paid to push the narrative? Which is really weird. There's so many of these fucking online influencers that I don't even think are really human beings that have, like, prominent accounts.
Yep. But then there's also, it's a convenient kind of way to dismiss somebody.
Of course, instead of addressing the facts.
Well, I thought was really funny to me was that, so like a few days after the last time after me and Douglas Murray on the show, he went on Bill Maher. And so it's like, after having the whole 40 opening the show about how comedians don't know what you're talking about, says don't know what you're talking about, while he's swearing to people who he's never heard of, he doesn't even know what they do or whatever, but not the best way to make an appeal to expertise. But no, he doesn't have a problem with Bill Maher doing it because he agrees with him. So the issue isn't really being an expert versus being a comedian. Konstantin Kassin went on this whole thing about expertise and all of this, and it's like, he also started as a comedian. Why all of a sudden does this standard only apply to me and only when I'm talking about Israel? It never applied to me when I was talking about COVID. It never applied to me when they agreed with me on stuff. They would just go, look, Dave, breaking it down. But now there's this one topic that one guy is not allowed to not be an expert on, and it happens to be this one topic that the entire population is turning on. I shouldn't say the entire, but
It's
huge
super
numbers.
obvious when someone attacks what you do professionally versus what you're actually saying.
Yeah.
Why not just dispute what he's saying instead of this appeal to authority?
Right.
You're not an expert.
But also, to ask that question is to answer that
Well,
question.
you can only ask me a few things in life that I can give you definitive answers on. And even then, I might have to refer to expert. You want to ask me about judo? I've been doing jiu-jitsu since 90. I think I started in 97, somewhere around then. 96, maybe. I don't know shit about judo.
Right.
I know how to do a few hip tosses, but when someone is doing something, I don't even know what it's called. If I go haragoshi, I might get it wrong. Because haragoshi might be legs on the outside versus leg on the inside. Wrestling, I gotta defer to DC. Even in martial arts, I'm not totally an expert.
And then there might be somebody who is totally an expert, say a wrestler who went to the Olympics,
Right.
And was a total expert, or a coach or something like that, total expert in wrestling, and they could still get something about MMA completely off, or
Jiu-jitsu.
right?
It
Because
happened in the last fight, in the last UFC card. Daniel Cormier didn't know about the dead orchard. So he thought this person was fine because they had two arms in while they're caught in a triangle. I go, no, this is a real submission. This is fucking dangerous. Like, there's this guy, Nathan Orchard, who figured out how to do a triangle with two arms in, and it's replicable. A lot of guys do it now. And I think it was a lady at the last UFC had it. And I was like, oh, shit. And Daniel didn't know it yet. There's a couple other things, like the buggy choke. If you don't know about jiu-jitsu and you see a guy who's on his back and he's getting smothered, but all of a sudden he reaches under with his leg, and I'm going, oh, and you don't know what's going on. Like, that's a fucking choke, like a really dangerous one. Ty Ruotolo gets you in that, you're Fucksville. You know, so it's like there's areas of expertise, even in areas that I'm an expert in, that I have to call on other people. Like, this is a stupid argument. Like, what are the facts? Does that submission work? Is that genocide? Right. What is, what's going on? Were you funding Hamas? Is Hezbollah a proxy of Iran? Did Iran get the money to do this when Biden released the funds? Because who's allowed to be an expert on all these things?
Yeah, and then of course there are things like do you support lockdowns? And like, in order to have, say, an expert opinion on this policy, it's like, okay, well, they'd say we're following the science. So in other words, they have an epidemiologist or something like that who's arguing lockdowns will cut down on the transmission of the, forget they turned out to be wrong, but you're like, okay, but are they all an economist? Are they also a sociologist, a specialist in childhood development who would tell you what closing the schools? Oh, who's the person who has expertise in every single one of those fields? It doesn't exist. There isn't an expert in all of those fields. You know what I mean?
That was the problem with that time, because that time everyone was so fearful. And the news was pushing fear, and it was clearly a narrative. I forget who it was, but some health official was being interviewed recently and said that during 2020 that Anthony Fauci said to him, the problem is Americans aren't scared enough, which is crazy to say. It's a wild thing to say, that your goal is to make people more fearful. So you're trying to put out a narrative that makes people more fearful, which, by the way, fucks with your immune system in a gigantic way. Not good at all to be scared. I don't know how many people got really, really, really sick from COVID, because when they got it, they freaked the fuck out and they couldn't sleep and they thought they were going to die and they were riddled with anxiety. And that makes you attack people around you, and then you look for a solution. And when these trusted institutions, up until 5 fucking years ago, I was 100% on board with everything, with vaccines, with every medical innovation, other than psychiatric medications, which I think are pretty much overprescribed. All of a sudden, everyone's like hoping these people have the answer. So anybody's going, but there's this guy Jay Bhattacharya, he's also an expert. Fuck you, fuck you. It's like anti-science, trust the science, COVID denier, vaccine denier. It just became this fearful response, because everybody just responded to the fucking news. Everybody's too tuned in to all of this negative shit, man, all day long.
Well, you have to scare people. If you want to implement like a tyrannical policy, you almost always have to scare people.
Always.
I mean, that's
the only way.
Now everyone knows, right? Like you just said, like being terrified is not good for your health. That on a human level, we also all know that it's not good for good decision making. But it is excellent for, I will turn my brain off and give the authority to you to go do. I mean, look, it was right after 9/11. People forget about this, but like the level to which Dick Cheney and George W. Bush used to fearmonger. Dick Cheney, the vice president of the United States of America, who is a bit more than just your average vice president, he said it's not a matter of if, but when there will be another 9/11 attack. They were trying to tell the American people right after 9/11 to be in a constant state of fear.
Do you remember the COVID warnings where they had colors? Or excuse me, the terror warning where they had colors?
The threat level or whatever.
Colors.
Yeah. And then one day they'd be like, it's up to yellow.
Yeah.
And I mean, we were really still traumatized from 9/11. But the thing about it is that they knew what they wanted to do. They knew the policy they wanted to start embarking on, and it was the mix of they hate us, the big lie, which was they hate us for our freedom, which was like really the big lie after 9/11 was like, because the American people very organically wanted to know what it was. Like 9/11 happened, everybody was like, yo, why do they hate us? What's this beef about? And their answer was they hate you for your freedom. And by the way, this is going to happen again. So be terrified. Second off, understand that they're so irrational that their beef with you is that like your grandma can go to the grocery store. So what do you do with that? Other than what the American people said, which is you have a blank check to go attack whoever you want to and will support you.
Yeah, I remember feeling that way. These hard-nosed generals and military leaders these are the guys that are protect us now. We got to put all in them. This shit is real. So 2001, I wasn't that much a conspiracy theorist. I was into UFOs. I was into Bigfoot. I was into stupid shit. I was into fun, stupid shit.
Right.
Me and Eddie Bravo would get high and watch space documentaries and freak out about aliens. The stupid shit. But then the Patriot Act came along. And I was like, okay, what the fuck is this? Like, what does indefinite detention mean? When they signed the NDAA, you're like, what? Wait a minute, what are you talking about? What is the month? What it rhymes with cunt? The act that Obama passed in 2015 that allowed them to use censorship propaganda on American citizens.
Yeah.
Month, is that what
something
it was?
like that. Yep.
It's like, okay, but at what point in time do I start getting really fucking suspicious?
Yep.
Yeah, I had one book a long time to fuck me up. This book called Bad Evidence about the Kennedy assassination. And unfortunately, I read it right before I went on stage. I was by myself. I was in Philadelphia, and I was headlining. And this was like when I was just starting to headline, right? And so had a show Thursday, killed. Everything's great. Went back to my hotel room. Nothing to do. Read this fucking book for like 6 hours. Freaked the fuck out. Showed up at this show like ashen face. They killed the president. Like I'd never even considered that before that book.
Right.
I never even thought that there's like secret government agencies that pick the president. I thought, man, everybody works together. And Lee Harvey Oswald, nut, and he fucking shot him. And I'm like, oh my God. And I bombed. I fucking bombed. And I apologized to the staff. I apologized to the manager. I go, listen, I fucked up and I read this book right before I got here. And it really fucked me up. It's done that before, man. I've had.
When you have your mind blown like that, you need time after that before you make it funny.
Oh,
like it takes time to like then almost come back to it
you
a few
should
months
never
later.
engage in that kind of stuff like right before you go on stage. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Anything real and ominous. So I had a second show and it went great. But I was like, okay, I can't ever do that again. But that started me. But that was just peripheral. It was just the JFK thing. I was only interested in that. I didn't get into Nixon. I didn't get into Vietnam. I didn't get into any of that stuff. But September 11, 2001, in the beginning, it was wonderful. After the attack, everyone was so friendly. It's terrible that this thing happened. It's terrible that these people died. But it made me think, like, every now and then, we need to get bitch slapped. It's like when you see people like getting in people's faces for like waving an American flag, fuck you, fascist, fuck. A bitch slap every now and then, like that guy might go, fucking, what was I doing? I just ran up to that veteran and I got in his face because I want to impress my lesbian girlfriend. Like, what the fuck is wrong with me? I don't know how to fight. I got a concussion and this guy bitch slapped me. It's on TikTok. Fuck. Like you need that sometimes just as like a course reset. I felt like as a country, we had been doing shady shit all around the world forever, and there's real war happening everywhere, but we're super lucky because we're separated by oceans and not too much has really happened here. Oh my God, this is real. And everybody had an American flag on their fucking car. And when I was in New York City afterwards, we were filming Fear Factor one day, and everyone was so cool. And firemen were rock stars.
Yep.
Cops were rock stars. Everybody was thanking them. Everybody was thanking them for their service. It was great. We hung out with these firemen in front of this bar. Me and the Fear Factor crew. These guys were fucking. It's like I was hanging out with Brad Pitt. It was nuts. Everybody was so thankful. Where'd that go?
Yeah, I was there in New York City on 9/11, and I remember. So I was in Brooklyn, like only a few miles from the World Trade Center, And like,
Did you physically see it?
no, I saw it. So I remember seeing, I think, so when I got out of school, I was in high school, I was a senior in high school, and we got out. One of the girls like forged a note, said it was from our parents or something like that. I forget exactly how it worked, but we got out. It was like I was friends with the security guard. I used to buy weed from him. It was a different time. But it was a different time. Pre 9/11, we were just all hanging out buying weed from the security guards at schools. But so he let us out. So I remember I'm pretty sure when we came to Flatbush Ave, we saw like there was smoke in the air, but both the towers had fallen by the time we got out. But there were people, so the subways had been out for a while, and where I was like on Flatbush Avenue, if anyone knows Brooklyn, it's like Flatbush and 7th Avenue. So this is like, it's kind of straight shoot down to the Manhattan Bridge, and then the Brooklyn Bridge is down there too. But the Brooklyn Bridge you can walk over. And so at this point already, people who were down in the financial district had just decided to walk back to Brooklyn because they realized they weren't going to get a cab or get on the subway. And so you'd see just like one guy in a suit and tie covered in soot, like walking up like up and down there. But I remember, now this was in Brooklyn, but even there it was very busy. But people were stopping and asking each other. People who you would pass the street but never talk to were stopping and asking everyone, how's your family? Everything okay? All right, are you fine? Like there was this like community spirit that you don't typically get in New York City. There's just too many people. You can't talk to everybody.
Yeah.
But that part of it was kind of beautiful. And then, of course, governments do what they do and immediately manipulated that into launching wars that they wanted from before 9/11 that had absolutely nothing to do with 9/11.
Yeah.
Which is,
Also, the Patriot Act was a bunch of shit they had tried to pass for a while, for years. And everyone's like, what are you, fucking crazy?
Well, this is the thing, and I guess maybe it's partly like my age, because I was 18 at the time, and this is like my coming of age, time.
Right.
But I will never stop being furious about all of that shit. And this is like, still to this day, I'm sure you see it when I'm on podcasts with you and doing debates and stuff. But I'm so angry over the war in Iraq and the subsequent wars in, Libya and Syria and Somalia and Yemen and all of them. But specifically because, like, all these guys, the neoconservatives, the N-word that I'm not supposed to bring up. By the way, Douglas Murray wrote a book called Neoconservatism, Why We Need It. But when I say the word neoconservatism, be careful what you're watering here or something like that.
Is that what they said? I didn't know that this issue, that you can't discuss neoconservatism.
That's what Douglas said when I was on with him. He said, the N-word, when I brought it up, and then said, I'm watering something because I mentioned Wolfowitz. It's,
okay, so that's anti-Semitism.
Right.
Well, that's kind of ridiculous.
Yes.
You're talking about something incredibly important.
Well,
like neoconservatism, why would that be a thing that you can't discuss? That sounds crazy.
Well, I mean, I'd say the answer is that those guys got into power. They really hijacked American foreign policy after 9/11 because they happened to all be in power in the Bush administration. Then 9/11 happened on their watch. But if you go back and read the shit they read, and I will never stop talking about this because it's just too goddamn crazy. But if you read all of these guys, the guys who were in the George W. Bush administration, I mean, like the signatories on the Project for a New American Century, which was their think tank, the PNAC as it's called, were like Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld and Paul Wolfowitz and Fife and Richard Pearl and David Wormser and the whole group who took over the government were all, and they wrote explicitly in the Project for a New American Century that they were like, look, okay, the Soviet Union has collapsed. We are, for the first time in human history, like the lone superpower in the world. So what we should do right now is fight multiple wars because no one threatens us. And so therefore, we should fight multiple wars too. Right now, we have an opportunity to remake the world, overthrow the old Soviet sock puppet states, install our own states there, and guarantee, as the name says, the new American century of dominance, the 21st century. And they specifically said they want to overthrow Saddam Hussein. And then they specifically said and now this is something that the 9/11 truthers really held on to. I think they might be overplaying their hand a little bit here, but they say, there's one document in the Project for a New American Century, you can find it online, where they straight up say, they go, now look, this is what we want to do, but we're unlikely to get mass American support for it short of another Pearl Harbor type event. And so a lot of people like Alex Jones and a lot of the 9/11 truthers would point to this phrase and go, see, this is the proof that they knew they needed another Pearl Harbor, so they planned their own Pearl Harbor. Now, that is not necessarily true. It doesn't necessarily prove that, but it certainly does change the way you think about their mind state when they sit there watching the towers get attacked. And they all, at the very least, they all went, we got it.
You know, Alex Jones predicted 9/11 in July.
Yeah. But that's not quite as unique as I think some people think it is. Well, like people, like
You ever hear how he said it?
yeah, I've heard the clip. It was pretty good. I mean, I'm not like taking anything away from that. He was right, but there were a bunch of people who predicted it. Ron Paul himself predicted it perfectly.
Did they predict planes into the tower?
Let's just say, no, I don't know about that. That is pretty impressive. But at the same time, you know,
But planes had never flown into the tower before.
that's true, but the World Trade Center was attacked by Al-Qaeda guys in 93.
Biggie song.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Adrian Appalucci has the
Was it
funniest
93?
joke about that. I believe so. Do you ever hear Adrian's joke about that? I don't want to butcher it on your show, but Adrian Appalucci is a
She's so
hilarious
funny.
comedian. She had a joke about how, you know, in that song where Biggie goes, time to get paid, blow up like the World Trade, they bleep World Trade now. And then her bit is how they didn't bleep, like he was talking about the first one, but
Right.
they bleep it because of the second, you know, because
Yeah.
the towers came down. But then her bit is just like, you go like, that wasn't enough of a tragedy to make it bleeped. It's like a funny, it's like only a few people died. Like it was cool. But then a lot of people died there. She's a phenomenal joke writer.
Well, it's a different time. Back then, they would have never bleeped anything. They didn't bleep the N-word. They didn't bleep anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was the Wild West.
Well, it's weird when you hear about. So, I don't know if I fully buy into any of this, but the caveat before I get rolling. But when people discuss the intelligence agencies and their role in hip hop, especially gangsta rap, like I remember the very first time I listened to NWA, and I think I told Ice Cube when he was here, I was on a fucking Stairmaster in Revere, Massachusetts, and I was listening to Fuck the Police. Like, fuck the police, coming straight from the underground. I was like, what is this? I was a cassette Walkman, or maybe it was a CD, but it was probably a cassette Walkman. And I was like getting my cardio.
They were better for winning out. They didn't skip.
They got good with the CD after a while. It didn't skip, but you had to set it on. You had to set it on the treadmill,
And you had to hit
Keep
that
it
like
on your
shock
hip.
mode
Right,
thing,
right.
and then that would eat your battery so quickly. Though, like you get 3 songs in and be like, all right, you have to go to the gym with like spare batteries.
Still, to me, it was so insane that I could carry music with me to the gym. Like, that's incredible. Because you
Yep.
go to the gym and it'd be like the worst Poison song playing. No disrespect to Poison. Or something. Like, God, I can't get into this. I'm trying to get pumped here, man. This is fucking bullshit music. Like, someone's in charge of the, you know, the station that they pick on the radio.
Dude,
Just to be able to carry it. But that moment of hearing that music, I was like, this is celebrating crime and murder. Like, this is nuts. And murdering prostitutes, and like, this is crazy that this is like a major record label put this out. And I was only 21, and I was just sitting there going, I can't even believe this is real. And then I got really into it. Like, I got really into Ice Cube, really into Ice-T. I'd listen to that when I was delivering newspapers. It was like gangster rap was like a completely different thing. So then cut to when people start digging into it, like intelligence agencies there's a weird book on intelligence agencies and their role in rock and roll music in the 1960s. The book about Laurel Canyon. What is it? Strange Things. It's very interesting. I don't know if I buy it. Eddie Bravo's all in on it. I don't know but there's a lot of like weird connection to the intelligence community music, particularly hip hop, and particularly gangster rap. And if you want to get really dark, you would say, if you want to fill your private prisons up, what better way than have very popular music encouraging encouraging crime, encouraging outright crime and violence, That way you fill your prisons so you can give them more laws and more rules and crack down and make them easier to placate, easier to get them to fall in line and do what you need them to do.
Yeah, and support massive police buildups and massive, like militarization of the police and all this stuff. And I don't know, I've heard a little bit about that. I really don't know. I know Ice Cube has talked about it before, talked about how there's undeniably this influence. There are things about it that seem crazy, but I do know that, and I don't even think this is a controversial thing to say, I think this is just fact at this point, that it was the Reagan administration who did traffic in cocaine to the United States of America while they were ramping up the war on drugs. So they're bringing in their effort to help the Contras or whatever, they're going okay, well, these guys are drug dealers, so if we move these drugs in, we can get these money shipments to them. And then you're sitting in they're creating the conditions for the crack epidemic to explode. And then they catch one guy with a few rocks on him, and they're throwing him in jail for decades. It's just that alone, just that one piece of information, you'd almost, if you're in a sane world, you'd go oh, so the people had a revolution and overthrew that government and publicly hung all the politicians involved, and then we started over from new. And you're
just say no.
No, they lionized that guy. Still, for decades afterwards, the Republicans at the RNC, you bring up Reagan, and they go, our hero, Ronald Reagan. The fact that that isn't enough to go, well, this guy should be remembered as a monster.
Do you think they tell Reagan that they're selling crack in the hood? I don't think they do. I do not think. Do not think the intelligence agencies let that information that far up the chain to a guy who's only in there for 4 years before he gets reelected.
Fair enough.
Not a chance.
But George H.W. Bush definitely.
Fuck
that guy, for sure.
He fucking signed the docket.
That guy was all over that.
He was the head of the CIA.
He was there. He was the head of the CIA. Right. So, but again, also to a certain point, when you're president, I think it applies to Donald Trump in a lot of ways too, where it's it's your responsibility. If you didn't know, then that's your responsibility for not knowing.
I don't think you have an access. I do not. I do not think in cases like that you have access. I think if you're doing something like selling crack in the hood and using the money to fund the Contras, there's no fucking way you could ever kosherize that. So I don't think you ever let the president know. I think this is all black funded. I think there's layers and layers and layers of bureaucracy before you can get to any data and information. If you want to talk about people that are doing operations in Nicaragua, you've got things going on in Iran, you've got to pay attention to Russia, this is happening here, that's happening there. There's not a fucking chance he knows they're selling crack to pay for an army. I just don't think you might tell him.
Look, you might be right about
because
that.
why would they assume that he'd go along with it?
Or tell him,
this is not a normal thing to do. I came into this office thinking I'm an actor. I'm Ronald Reagan. I came into this office thinking I'm going to be a good American and we're going to get back to basics and hard work and trickle down economics. And tell me you're selling crack? Hey, fuck you, you're going to jail. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well,
because that's how Nixon got caught. So Nixon didn't organize Watergate, he tried to cover it up. That's how he got caught. And they would do the same thing with Reagan.
Yeah, well,
you want to come clean about all the crack selling? Do you really?
Right. Well, they could present fait accompli and then be like, so what do you want to do now? Which is what happened with Nixon, right? So it's like, look, this is going to look really, really bad. Good luck explaining this.
Right.
So he cover it up, and then you go, now we got you. Now you might as well have been in on planning it because you helped us cover it up.
And the whole thing was set up by the government. That's what's really crazy. His intelligence agencies set up Watergate. They operated it. Bob Woodward was an intelligence agent before he was ever a reporter. That was his first gig. Tucker Carlson told me that. It blew my fucking mind. He's like, what rookie reporter for their first gig, their first story gets, you're going to take down the most popular president in U.S. history?
Yeah.
That's won by the biggest margin.
49 states.
Yeah.
He's just a dominant the American people had spoken. They supported this guy. And then, Bob Woodward, some 20-something-year-old reporter, he gets the biggest story in American history. Right. He happened to just come out of naval intelligence in a weird coincidence.
Can I tell you what Bill Murray told me?
No.
So Bill Murray was on a podcast and was talking about Bob Woodward's movie.
Yes,
the book he wrote. What was it? What was it called?
Well, he's written a lot at this point.
The one about Belushi. What was it called? It was Wired.
Wired.
Okay. was just about Belushi being fuck crazy drug addict. He goes, that's not my friend. He goes, that's not how he was. He was like, that was kind of an act. He was a little bit of a lightweight. Like if he had like 2-3 drinks, he was drunk. Like he goes, I think he did that speedball. I think that's the time he ever did it. He died. It's not that he never, but he wasn't this guy. This is all fiction. He read the first 5 pages and it was, oh my God, they framed this. Isn't that crazy?
I know.
It's like this guy wrote about my friend in such a distorted, untruthful way. Now I have to think about what he discovered.
Yeah.
Now I know what kind of person this is.
Yeah, a good friend who I mentioned quite a bit, but Scott Horton, who is I think the best foreign policy voice in the States of America, and he wrote the best book on the terrorists called Enough Already, and the best book on the war in Ukraine called Provoked. And so Bob Woodward's latest book came out, and I remember he told me about this, but so he just happened to be writing his book on Ukraine when he saw this new Bob Woodward book came out, and they had a quote in it. I believe it was a Sergei Lavrov quote, who was like Putin's, right-hand man. And Scott said he's reading it, and he goes, "This quote's all wrong." He goes, the actual quote, he was just researching this for his book, and he goes, the quote means the exact opposite of what he's claiming it means here. Like, see how he left out this part? He wasn't referring to this, he was referring to that. And then I remember he just told me, he goes like, so for the record, like, you can just never trust anything Bob Woodward says, because he'll take this quote and just get it, mangle it to the point where he's presenting it as if it means 180 degrees opposite of what the quote actually meant. And so, yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. And then that guy is like the historian of record.
Would you ever imagine that? When all the years when I was growing up, that guy was like a hero.
Mm-hmm.
He was like a journalistic hero.
Well, and he's how we know. He's how you know that in that moment, Dick Cheney turned to George W. Bush and said, "Mr. President, I think we need to..." And then you're like, oh, but he just makes shit up.
Oh, God. Like, when I was a kid, they made a movie. All the President's Names.
Mm-hmm.
It's a movie. Like, who plays Bob Woodward? What movie star plays Bob Woodward? Which one of them? Was it Robert Redford or was it the other guy? Who else was in that movie with him? Who played Bernstein? That's right. Robert Redford. Yeah. So imagine that. You're Bob Woodward. You bullshit everybody, and then you get to watch Robert Redford, the most handsome man alive, play in a movie. Like, outstanding. Look how good looking I am. And look at me kicking ass for America.
But also just think about how much they could get. I remember, I don't know, I was in school, and I remember hearing, like, my history teacher talking to another teacher, and this was when Bill Clinton was getting in trouble for Monica Lewinsky. So I was like in middle school or whatever. And I remember hearing them talk, and one of them said to the other, he goes, so what do you think about the impeachment or something? And I remember my history teacher, I thought was a pretty smart guy, and he goes, well, they're treating him like he's Nixon, but he's not Nixon. And essentially what that meant, like what he was saying was like, well, Nixon is the most corrupt president who ever lived. Right. Bill Clinton just got caught cheating on his wife. Like, that's not as big a deal as being the most corrupt. But they just made that like the thing that everybody knows. Like, well, we did have this one corrupt president, but the system works. That's the lesson. The system works, and it got him out of there.
Before the internet. I think it's like very hard to make that same system work the same way now.
No, I completely agree. I mean to say that the narrative that everybody accepted was but the system works. Like, it figured out that he was corrupt. They had him step down. They got him out of there. When really the answer is much more like the intelligence agencies took over the United States of America in a hostile coup against John F. Kennedy. And then Nixon comes in like a few years later and is like essentially taken over as well, but the American people to believe that like what that was a corrupt president being elected.
This episode is brought to you. Well, it's also easy to frame Nixon that way because he's ugly. He's not a good-looking guy, and it was just after Kennedy. Look, when Muhammad Ali retired, Larry Holmes couldn't get any love, and one of the reasons why Larry Holmes was the best heavyweight champion of all time couldn't get any love is because he beat the fuck out of Muhammad Ali, and everybody was sad, and everybody hated, and you're never, like, if you're Nixon, you're following JFK who got shot in the fucking head, We lost. We got assassinated. Someone assassinated the greatest president of all time, this good-looking guy who was going to really change things and didn't believe in secrecy and was talking to the American people like we have hope and dreams. He wants to put us on the moon. And he got shot in the head. Now we got this ugly fuck.
Well, there was LBJ in between there at least. But yes, no,
a little bit.
Well, I think also in hindsight, he wasn't that good looking. He also came off as kind of
I was going to say he's also very authoritarian.
Yeah.
You know, which is unfortunately, when you have a society where you do have ubiquitous crime, you do need some kind of an authoritarian leadership. Not saying you need tyranny, not saying you need a dictator, but you need fucking laws and you need rule of law. And sometimes those people come off very harsh and very uncaring and unloving, and you know, it's total opposite for like the reason why people voted for Jimmy Carter, I think. Because Jimmy Carter represented like a genuinely sweet, good guy.
Right.
But like, look how that presidency was a disaster. They were all working against him for sure. And on top of that, it's like hard to you gotta be a bit of a hard ass if you want to run the world. But the way Nick did it, we're still suffering through that today. That motherfucker, he's partially responsible for that sweeping Schedule 1 Act of 1970. When they did that and they made everything illegal, everything Schedule 1, including things that are 100% medicinal, like marijuana, all that fucked up society, and they did it specifically to target the anti-war movement and to target the civil rights movement. Specifically. So it's not like Nixon was the best.
Oh no!
What he did was fucking horrible.
Nixon had a lot of policy failures, and I would put the number one, and I completely agree with you. I mean, launching the war on drugs was a disaster, but taking us off the gold standard was one of the worst policy decisions in the history of the United States of America. That is, we're so many of the problems we face now is because of that. And people could say, like, I've heard Pat Buchanan defend Nixon on this before. Pat Buchanan was in the Nixon administration. He was a speechwriter for him. And he was like, well, look, what were we going to do at that point? And so he was basically saying, because what happened was essentially, so you had like the Bretton Woods Agreement, which started after World War II. Or actually, I'm sorry, it started at the very end of World War II. It was in 1944. But they had the Bretton Woods Agreement where they could kind of see where World War II was going. And it was basically like, okay, well, all of Europe is destroyed. And a lot of Asia is destroyed, or not yet, I guess it was 44, but it was getting there. And America had, you know, at least on the homeland, hadn't really been touched. And we had like a wild amount of the world's gold. And so the deal was essentially that like we will peg the dollar to gold at $35 an ounce. Everyone else can peg their currency to the dollar. And then the dollars are refundable. You know, you can get an ounce for $35. And so that, you know, was whatever. There were problems with the Bretton Woods Agreement, but that was what stood from after World War II so from 1944 to 1973 or 1971 when he took us off the gold standard. And so essentially what happened was through the 60s, we started cheating. And it became very obvious to the world that we were like, you know, in the 1960s, you're like, you have the Great Society. So we created Medicare and Medicaid, and we went to the moon, and we were fighting the war in Vietnam. And we were just printing this, which is, you know, what we still do to this day. But so essentially, the Europeans started looking at us, and they, I don't think gold to cover all dollars that you're printing around.
Wasn't that a thing where they were going to like do an audit of Fort Knox that we never heard about?
Well, what I know is that I'm pretty sure it was the French, might have been the British too. It was definitely the French. And the French basically called our bluff. And they just went, okay, we'll take gold. You know, we got all these dollars. We'll take gold. We get an ounce for every $35 that we have. And we have quite a lot. And that's when Nixon went, no. No, he just basically defaulted in front of the entire world, and he said he's temporarily suspending the convertibility of dollars into gold, and they framed it as like, you know, the French are attacking the stability of the dollar. Really, all they were doing was calling us on our agreement. We owed it to them,
We're like, we got so much gold, bro.
So Pat Buchanan says, defending his boy, Richard Nixon, he goes, well, what are we going to do at that point? Let him clean us out of all of our gold? Just not be the dominant? I think the retort to that, yeah, but that's what you should have done. Because the decision to go off of the gold standard essentially just said, well, now there's no more even pretend limits on government. Yep. So this is why Ron Paul, happy birthday to the greatest living American hero, just turned 90. And I was just at his birthday party a few weeks ago. And
damn, you partying with Ron Paul?
Dude, that dude throws it down. No, I'm just kidding. It was very nice to see him. Tulsi Gabbard was there, which was cool. But so essentially, right, that was the last restraint on government, is that at least, even then, even under Bretton Woods, we're cheating, at least there's some feeling of like, well, don't cheat too bad, because they could maybe try to,
count the gold.
Right, exactly. Yeah. But after that, it was off to the races. And this is why Ron Paul ran for Congress, is when Richard Nixon took us off the gold standard, and then he was like, this is going to lead to big government. This is going to be the era of big government. So he was going to run to try to stop that. And he was completely right. This is what has really destroyed everything, is that there's just no, and it's a big part of the reason why I'm so angry about all these wars too, because it's all related. The Federal Reserve was created in 1913, or the Federal Reserve Act was signed into law by Woodrow Wilson in 1913. And then in 1914, I think, is when it actually got up and running. And in 1914 is when the income tax was passed, also signed into law by Woodrow Wilson. And 3 years later is World War I. Like 3 years, or American entry into World War I. So it's like, this is the banking system and the tax system are very interrelated with the warfare state. Like, you need this stuff in order to fight wars. And even just over the last 25 years, we've spent close to $10 trillion on wars, and they didn't tax the American for that, because they know they couldn't tax us enough. If they tried to raise everybody's taxes enough to come up with 10 fight regime change wars all over the Middle East, the American people would have been like, no, we're not doing that. But they didn't do that. They kept taxes where they even cut some rates during those top rates. And then they borrowed the rest, and they still couldn't borrow enough of the money. And then essentially is that the price of everything just goes up and up and up. And you just put more money into the system, and then people start looking around and going like, geez, why is the price of housing and healthcare and energy and childcare totally unaffordable? And the answer is because you're paying for the war in Iraq. And nobody thinks about it like that. But that's really what's going on. They can't. So for all the young people who are coming out of college now, and they're like, I'm 150 grand in debt. I have a gender studies major degree or whatever, maybe something better than that, but they got a degree or something. And they're working at DoorDash, and the average house is going for 600 grand. And they're like, what am I possibly going to do? It's like the reason why these kids are all demanding socialism, at least on the left, is because what else are you going to do? But but the reason why that is the case is because your government decided to spend trillions of dollars on blowing up brown countries, and in some cases then rebuilding them to blow them up again. I mean, this is the actual cost of the thing. And I feel like it's almost nobody outside of the Ron Paul libertarians, the Austrian economic guys, almost nobody else ever makes this connection. That it's like, this is the deal. You can't be a world empire without having a central bank that can print money for you, because otherwise it just doesn't work. Resources are finite and you'll run out of them. And so you can't do that without having this monetary system. But the cost of this monetary system is that prices always go up and up and up and up. And that rigs the entire economy against the working class and the middle class in favor of the rich. It's just the way it is. When value of assets is going up and up and up and up, that's great if you have stuff. That's great if you own stuff and you're selling it. If you got $1 billion in the bank, inflation is your best friend. But if you're on a income or you're a working class person, it just destroys you. And everybody who's working class knows this from living through the last 5 years. but your grocery prices go up 30%. That is, that's people have this idea that there's like economic issues over here, and then there's like social issues over here, there's foreign policy over here, but it's all one thing. The prices of groceries go up by 30%, and families get destroyed. Men swallow pistols. Kids grow up without fathers. That's the cost of this shit. And that's what we're living through now. And what we'll continue to live through as long as we have a government that it spends way beyond our means. Like Dr. Ron Paul used to say, you spend beyond your means, you're destined to live beneath your means.
And we have an economy that's built around doing the exact same thing that's always done, right? And if you think about the amount of money, just in shuttering USA, think about the amount of money, whether you agree with USAID or not, the amount of money that was being pumped through that system, to all sorts of weird places, right? There's when the Department of Energy gave out $93 billion in loans in the months between Biden losing, or Kamala losing rather, and Trump taking office. Where's that? There's so many of these instances of insane amounts of money just being allocated while we're in $39 trillion in debt. It's so unmanageable, and yet it just keeps marching on, and people are upset if you try to pull a Band-Aid off. The idea of shuttering some of these government organizations, all you hear about it, people are going to die, people are going to starve, this is going to happen, that's going to happen. Are you fucking sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure that this isn't a giant money-sucking scam that's been going on that does some good?
Yeah, well,
that's most of it, right?
Yeah, well, number one, if you go, hey, which by the way, no one in Congress, short of Thomas Massey, maybe Rand Paul, but no one else in Congress is even suggesting so radical. Threw out the radical idea we should go back to pre-pandemic levels, go all the way back to the crazy year of 2019 when it was anarchy or whatever. That was they'll all tell you the world's gonna end if we do that.
Yeah.
And even when they're making up these absolutely ridiculous, claims about how many people are going to die if you cut government spending, which is all totally absurd. But then they never seem to go well, how many people are going to die if I keep letting DC have all these war-making powers? How many people are going to die if the president is able to fund a proxy war whenever he wants to? And look at this shit, dude. I took so much. Whatever. But I took a lot of heat for the stuff I said on the show here a few years ago about the war in Ukraine. Look at it now, dude. And I think they're about to end the thing. I think we could talk about, but I think they're poison pills in these negotiations already. That's what it looks like to me. But literally, the deal that I was talking to you about, whatever it was, 3 years ago, when I was saying on the show that they had a deal worked out, a peace deal worked out in the first few months of the war in 22, and Boris Johnson went and killed the peace deal on behalf of the West to make sure this war kept going. But the deal that was in pencil, not pen, that Boris Johnson killed, was essentially recognition of the annexation of Crimea. It was, at the time, it wasn't annexation of the Donbass region. It was independent for the Donbass region. And then the agreement that the rest of Ukraine would not join NATO. That was the deal that they had worked out. And look at where we are now. There's going to be some land swaps and all this. Okay, well, what's he talking? The deal right now that is the best case scenario that we're hoping we could get is that Vladimir Putin obviously keeps Crimea, keeps the entire Donbass region, gets a corridor from the south into Crimea, and the rest of Ukraine doesn't join NATO. So we have the same deal, just a little bit more in the Russians' favor, 3 years later, with hundreds of thousands of people having died in that process, just to get back to not as good a deal as they had in 22. And so,
and if they don't sign that,
they'll keep going, which I think it's probably going to.
They're enlisting people as old as 60 now.
Yeah, and they have been for a full year at least. They're throwing people up there. And the thing that's really changed, the reason why that the Europeans and Zelensky and they're at least pretending to come to the negotiation table right now, is which they don't say, but this is the truth, is that support for the war amongst Ukrainians has collapsed. I mean, not like gone down by a few points. It's collapsed. There was just a piece in this the other day. It was a Gallup, I believe. They said they had their latest poll. Super majorities of the Ukrainian people, 70% around, want an immediate end to the war with negotiations on land swap. Let's settle it however we got to settle it. They don't. I remember for the first 2 years of the thing, everybody who I argued with about the war in Ukraine, their talking point would always be, the Ukrainian people want to fight. And who are you, Dave, to tell them that they don't have a right to defend themselves? And then I would respond by saying, like, yes, it's true that Ukrainian people want to fight, but, like, might that have something to do with the blank check that they've received from the world and the backup of the entire world? You know, it's a different proposition to go, like, do you want to fight if John Jones is at your back and goes, I got your back, dude, go fuck these guys up. You're like, I want to fight, but then John Jones leaves. I might be like, let's talk about this, you know, like, but now the Ukrainian people don't want to fight. And by the way, I never believed any of that because I don't, you know, I have my own libertarian views on things, and I'm like, if you're telling me that people want to fight, like, well, why do you got to conscript an army then? You know, like, if they want to fight so bad, why you got to put a gun to their head and force them to the front line? Like, you could just make it a voluntary force, and then we'll find out real quick who wants to fight. But the point is now that even the Ukrainians don't want to fight over this stuff anymore. So there's just no justification for it. So now they move to phase B, which is essentially to pretend like they're negotiating, but putting all types of poison pills in the deal so that you know the other side won't take it. This is what they did with Iran too. This is why we got into that 12-day war, as they're calling it now. But you know, it's like you put things into. I was just reading the other day. It was on Axios. There's reports that they Zelensky and the Europeans are like open to land swaps as long as there's, in their words in the Axios piece, Article 5 like security guarantees. So in other words, the rest of Ukraine's in NATO, which is the thing that caused the whole conflict to begin with. So like, yeah, and you know, that's what that means. Article 5. Article 5 is the article in NATO, in the NATO agreement, that says that like if one of the countries is attacked, like all the countries have to join together to help. It doesn't exactly say you got to go to war over it, have to help in the effort if they're attacked. So essentially, but if you think about it, right, it's designed to incentivize Putin to keep the war going. Because if you're telling Vladimir Putin, let's just say, which it's not exactly clear that he would even take the deal that I just laid out before, but it was, I know that it's been reported that it was being signaled that he might be open to that deal. I get the Donbass region, you know, he's got still, like the Donbass region is Donetsk and Luhansk, and in Luhansk, I think, as of right now, I think the Russians control like 75% of it. They got all of Donetsk, they got most of Luhansk, but there's still Ukrainians controlling part of it. And then he's controlling part of these territories in the south. So this is what Trump means when he says the land swaps, meaning essentially you get out of the Donbass region, give me that, and I'll give you back. You know, the land swaps are Putin taking what he wants and leaving you the rest. But if you're going to tell Vladimir Putin, who fought this entire war over Ukrainian entry into NATO being his red line, basically in the middle of the, or not in the middle of the, as the war is potentially wrapping up, you're going to tell him, hey, whatever territory you don't take here will be a part of NATO. Well, what does that incentivize him to do? Take more of it then. Then why would you stop and give the rest of it up? And it does seem to me like that is clearly, that is clearly the motivation of all of this. Is to present something. It's you know, they have their chess war moves, and so you present something that you know the other side can't agree to, and then when they don't agree to it, you go, look, we tried to negotiate. But you take us up on that. So what can we do?
Okay, so this one's supposed to be the fuck off. Until the next one side. Very ambiguous text.
You know, it's
war or killing people in Ukraine. But there's so many demons that are going on. And then there's also this weird all the different there's natural gas, there's incredible supply of rare earth mineral, valuable there's this incentive to create some sort of they're gonna try this part of the plan was like get off of Russian power and make Ukrainian power like central, and then whatever they were making over there, the amount of power, I forget what the number was. It's like trillions of dollars. Natural gas, minerals, all these different also part of motivation. About yeah, he got some of this talk about the rare and all this stuff. Donald Trump, it's like his weakness. There's a lot of great things about there's a lot of great things about him from his background. And there's like the weakness of it is that he's always attracted by the property. And you can just see him like come alive. That and look, I've been very hard on Donald Trump over the last few months, but I think he deserves it. I think this administration is failing on these levels so profound, especially with the opportunity that they have. I heard the other day he called into a Fox News show, warning and it's like, it just seems like a TV show. Like, can we get some, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, this is, we really need someone here who's read a book about this, because he kind of had an idea of what he was talking about, but then he got it completely wrong. He's trying to tell the story, and he's talking about the corruption of the Bidens in Ukraine. Like, that is true, but like, there's a whole story here that I don't think you'll really understand. He goes, look, this goes back to 2014. And so I'm watching this, and I got like so excited for a minute. So like, I was like, yes, it does go back to 2014. Thank you, Donald Trump. And he goes, it goes back to 2014. And then Crimea. And Obama let him have it. He just let him have it happen on my watch, but Obama gave the Ukraine. I'm like, oh, dude, let's not just go back 2 months earlier in that same year. The problem wasn't that Obama gave Ukraine. The problem was that Obama took Ukraine away from Vladimir Putin. As I played on your show, and you played with together, Director of National Intelligence, I said, right here where I'm sitting, there, it's what we're doing here. Russia has said, Russia is Batman, is Robin. We are stealing Robin away from revolution. That's why the USA agreement and we poured $100 million into the street protest, right? And so they threw the government, a bunch of the former Ukrainian prime ministers started floating out that we maybe after the West that overthrew the government, put in a pro-Western government, they started talking different and they tear up that region. And so I went, no, I'll just take it. And that's so, anyway, so people up to that doesn't go back up earlier and then misses the point. That no, so what is that? It's not just like being like, oh, I wish Donald Trump was in the same book I'm in or something like that. The point is that when you don't get that piece of the chapter, then you miss what's happening right now. So when you're talking about like these, essentially what Donald Trump was saying, what he was trying to sell it to Zelensky, is like, we'll do this for minerals deal with us. And this is kind of like a security guarantee. It's not exactly a security guarantee, but if we're in business with you,
you, and then Putin's trying to fuck up our business, hey, he's taking a fight with us too. But the whole point is that that's exactly what caused this whole catastrophe. Vladimir Putin and the entire Russian elite have been crystal clear about this. That they go, look, we can tolerate a neutral Ukraine. We can tolerate NATO up to Ukraine. Ukraine is neutral, and then there's Russia. We cannot tolerate Ukraine being a part of America's military. That's a step too for the cause. But every time you try to let them be neutral seems like it's never good enough, and that never actually works. So if you're going to come in here and say neutral's not good enough, we're going to be part of the West, and you're going to say, actually, we'll take it as part of Russia. And he also believes, he also says all the time, that I just think it's un-American. But he's like, yeah, they're not really real country, and they're kind of historically always have some views on that. But that's not what the war was about. And everybody, and when I was here, I was very excited to create design, of your romantic and dash of autism or something like that. But what I was really excited to see was we were going to debate this issue. And I remember when he first goes, he goes, the war has nothing to do with Ukraine and entry into NATO. And I was like, okay, so let me just do that real quick. Number one, the head of the CIA, for all the years of Joe Biden, when he was the ambassador to Russia, he wrote the Yet Means Yet memo. He literally said that this was all what it was all about, and Russia didn't want to do this, but they would push if he kept pushing Ukrainian entry into NATO, and he did keep pushing it. And then I said the other one was Stoltenberg, who was not anymore, but was the head of NATO while this was happening. He said that Vladimir Putin sent them in writing a draft treaty. The only thing you have to do is put in writing, and we'll never bring Ukraine into NATO, and I won't invade it. And it's draft. And she said no. So I said this to Douglas Murray, and I was kind of curious. I was like, what's his response to this going to be? What is he going to say back? Maybe he's got something I've never heard before that I'm going to have to do. I've got to consider that. And his response was, military research of the CIA. Richard, that's your pivoting sign of hypocrite somehow, which isn't even hypocrisy. But yeah, I think the CIA should be abolished. I also think it's relevant when the head of the CIA admits what the war was all about. I don't see that the CIA totally should be abolished. I think what's going on in the world, giving a real life perspective, not a utopia, yes, but a real life perspective. Terrorist groups all over the world plotting shit, probably a good idea. Yeah. So what the CIA was originally conceived of, essentially being a newspaper for the president, being like, hey, we get all the real intelligence and we give it to you here. Yes, I 100% think there's room for intelligence gathering. But what the CIA became is a paramilitary organization that starts wars and overthrows democratically elected governments all around the world. Change that, so occasionally, when they're bored, and maybe on a Tuesday, a 3-day weekend, and then on Tuesday, maybe do some back in Los Angeles. It's a disgrace to a professed free society. It's like when, which we've also played on the show, but when Chuck Schumer was on with Rachel Maddow, which is one of the most amazing moments in the history of corporate media, because what's amazing about it, if you watch the full thing, is that Rachel Maddow's asking the questions, and he's given his Chuck Schumer, political answers to all of them. I don't feel that it's such an epic deal. But then she breaks from script. And she preemptively apologizes to him. She goes, hey, I'm sorry to just throw this on you right now. This is 8th January. Either December 16th or January 17th. So Donald Trump has beat Hillary Clinton. He's not president. He's president-elect. And so she goes, sorry to throw you up on the spot, but Donald Trump just tweeted this. So she's reading a tweet that he just tweeted live on air to the Senate Majority Leader. So she reads the tweet that's in, trash from the CIA or something like that. And then Chuck Schumer just gives his organic response. There was no script prepared for this. He wasn't planned on being asked this question. He just goes, look, here's Donald Trump talking about the CIA. And Chuck Schumer goes He goes, I mean, Donald Trump, you want to go with the intelligence agencies? And his exact phrase was, they have 7 days till Sunday to get that. Yeah. So you know, Rachel Maddow in this moment say, pause the tape. What did you just say? Like, the most powerful Democrat in the Senate just admitted we don't live in a democracy. Just admitted that this whole thing is an illusion. That the President of the United States is not the President of the United States. All our talk about democracy being on the ballot, democracy has been gone for a long time if it ever existed. You just straight up said that the duly elected commander-in-chief and chief executive of the United States of America ain't really the one who's in charge. Because you better not insult the CIA. Who worked for you ostensibly? Supposedly. You know? And so like that's what that is. Or they'll get you, or they'll ruin you. And that's what they did. Or didn't they? I mean, this is the stuff which is very interesting that Holsey's releasing now. Which I didn't notice. You know, I'm kind of past this point of like, it's hard to take a lot of things that Donald Trump seriously to me at this point. You know, flaking on all types of stuff, you know, the Epstein stuff, and just a lot of, you know, kind of poor things where, like, so Donald Trump, at least according to him, he stole the election. You know, I was thinking about this the other day. He was talking about in the same thing. He said at one point, he goes, the war never would have happened if I was president. Which Putin threw him a bone and backed him up on that the other day. He said the war would have happened if Trump was president. No, just saying what you know, he's smart enough to know. And Putin's smart enough to know that, like, this is how you negotiate with Donald Trump. So that's kind of a silly point. But aside from that, the Donald Trump goes, the never would have happened if I was president. And he takes that further than what he normally says. And he goes, it wouldn't have even happened if anyone else was president. If we had just had a regular president, this war never would have happened. It's only because Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of America, was president. That's what it's happening. But then I'm sitting there as I listen to that, and I go, you told me that they cheated. Like, you didn't really lose the election in 2020. You've stuck to that story now for many years. So you're saying they cheated. You're making a similar claim here. They overthrew democracy. They installed Joe Biden, and a war where hundreds of thousands, maybe well over a million people died, happened because they cheated the election. Okay, so I'm going to need to know who they is, and I'm going to need to know when we're going to see him perform. Like, you're the president now. You got your own. But all of us on some level don't really think that start arresting people stolen election in 2020. And, you know, I don't think they have any. Yeah, no, that's, I completely agree. Now, I think there's a lot of speculation, and there's a lot of consideration about mail-in ballots. There's a lot of shenanigans. There's a big record of shenanigans, and there's the reality of any kind of electronic. No, so I agree with all of that. I'm just saying, like, once you've made these statements and your administration is in, I remember it was one of the most interesting parts of your podcast. It's like, when you asked me about that, it was like, you really didn't have anything to back it up. If that was you or if that was me, there's some reason why I knew this. I wasn't ready for anybody. Because for 4 fucking years, they've been telling me it's crazy for questioning the election. So after 4 years, I have a fucking right. Rattle off that you brought the world with it. Like, this is really the fact. Well, there's a big difference between, you know, speculating and asking some questions and being like, I'm not sure I believe the official story of this. And there's a difference between being as president of the United States going, this is what happened. Like, this was, and if you're going to say that, then you got to give me your theory. Like, really lay it out for me. Like, and you never had that part. But I will say, they kind of pivoted off the Epstein thing into Russia, which seems to be, you know, like, designed that there was this tremendous desire. The whole reason Donald Trump was political existence and is that people are furious about Trump. They're furious about how corrupt our government is and the profound crimes that the government has committed against the American people. And they want justice for that. And so they pivoted off of Epstein after promising to deliver something on that. And then went, okay, well, how about the Russian people? So now but I will say, Tulsi Gabbard released a bunch of new documents, and they were pretty interesting there. It wasn't like she was releasing new stuff where it was like, oh, we already knew all this. Like, there was new stuff in there that we didn't know. And she referred it over to the Justice Department. She said in her press conference that we have proof that Obama committed treason. And they resent it to the Justice Department, and from what I understand, there is a grand jury being assembled or something like that. So I don't know. I still didn't the deepest part of my so that there's no way they're actually going to try to prosecute Obama and Clapper. But the FBI really tried bullshit. Yes, I mean that's unrelated. But that is an interesting story also. This seems like it's doing wild shit.
It's like nobody made you say anything. What was the action? Just decide you have to defend yourself because you're
right. So now I don't think she said treason. I don't think we believe that technically right. But someone might blame that. It's something. I mean, like I think treason. I think John Blenheim did commit treason when he armed Al Qaeda in Syria. And Obama as well, with the rest of Obama and John Kerry. That's literally treason, right? Giving aid and comfort to the enemy in a time of war. What Obama and Comey and Clapper did to Donald Trump is they framed him for treason. So what do you call that exactly? Framing the sitting U.S. president? Now, I guess Obama can't be guilty of the sitting U.S. president, but he was guilty of the candidate and the president-elect. So he was out of there by the time Trump comes in. But what Tulsi Gabbard did that I felt was very interesting, which I've mentioned before, he did, I don't remember if it was last year or the year before, there was one episode that we talked a lot about when he was kind of into it. But Tulsi was, I've never seen before, there was a consensus amongst the intelligence agencies after the 2016 election. Hillary Clinton lost, but Barack Obama was still president, and Donald Trump was the president-elect. And they had consensus that there was no need in the election. And then there was this one meeting with Obama that she points to where this is where the consensus changes. And they had a new threat assessment written that actually believed Russia interfered in the election. But it was total bullshit. They've never been able to back it up. They find minor little things here or there, but nothing that demonstrates that like the results of this were correct. And they ran with that for years after it. But there's not a threat. She just released a bunch of documents with threats of that. Now I think they have. If she had a few, no, but she had a couple different documents there that were like notes from the meeting. I think one had minutes of the meeting. But you're not listening to an audio tape of it. So we don't have like a mixing, talks about the days and the views or something like that. I'm trying to it was possible that Obama knew some of that. The interesting thing to find, that'd be interesting for a court proceeding to see that sort of align with the known facts. Oh, yeah. It's not good. I think we'll see what comes of this, which I'm saying coming of this. But there is something interesting. Look, there's a lot of things that happen after that. But the real, to me, it's so outrage of Russian is that they didn't stop after the president. It's still pretty outrageous to try to frame a candidate. It's still pretty outrageous for Hillary Clinton to have like opposition research and use an actual, Russian spy or British spy to do it. But, that's campaign stuff. It's a little bit different. Like, once he becomes the commander-in-chief, then you have the FBI and the CIA still working to frame him. And so this is where, and for all of that stuff, Hillary's fucking gone, Barack Obama's gone, Brennan is gone, Comey is still there for at least a few months, and then you have like Anthony McCabe and people like that. The 60 Minutes is actually, anybody literally said that they invaded as the Justice Department, the highest levels of the Justice Department. There's, I mean, Jeff Sessions would have been general trying to email himself already by that time, so maybe not him, because everybody else, the top two main guys that the Justice Department sat down, created, had made, they decided we're going to approach it from the Donald Trump as president, and that basically went around and realized they weren't going to be able to do that, but they weren't going to have enough people in this cabinet. And they're feeling it's hard on him. They vote for 25th Amendment. Which by the 25th Amendment is designed to kill Biden. It's designed so, but you still didn't use it. Even though these last 3 years it's crazy. You know, even after the debate, we need a new candidate. Yeah, this guy can't be for the next 6 months. They just let him. They said they were going to vote the 25th Amendment. This is on 60 Minutes. Anthony Cage says this himself. And that they realized they couldn't do that, and so they settled on. They settled on a special prosecutor because they couldn't remove him. This was their other attempt. We'll just bog him down. We'll investigate everything in his life. We'll find some crime somewhere. To this day, I'm a miracle that they didn't. I can't believe they didn't find any other dirt on Donald Trump. I always thought when Mueller started being the special prosecutor, I did do this on my podcast. I'm talking about that. If you want to be a part of the problem, failed over podcast or so. You can listen back to I said at the time, I go, they're not going to find anything on that. It's all made up. They're going to find something. The guy's been a real estate city for how many decades? Every real estate developer committed a crime. And they got nothing. They locked up, they charged a bunch of these people around. They tried to put pressure on them to flip on him. That's how they do these things. None of them had anything on him. And so anyway, but the point is that it was the deep state attempting to remove the sitting president of the United States of America. Absolutely, the biggest move was bullshit. You had to get Eric Swalwell was out on cable news saying, not only an asset, saying Donald Trump is a Russian agent. He's working for Vladimir Putin. He's this guy. I mean, this is like I'm on CNN, on NBC, on ABC, CBS, all every day. Trump Russia, and many of those people are still telling me what's true. Many of those people are still in front of the yeah, oh, they're still. That's right. And they're the same ones up there going, we got to own Ukraine till the end. We got to give Israel more bombs to drop on the Palestinians. I think by changing that name, so did NBC bail out? I think Microsoft and NBC were together. It's kind of like yeah, I think they exactly what they're doing. I saw it was announced the other day that they're changing MSNBC. I guess so. I guess they're not wrong. They're not wrong. They got rid of some people though. Except the Queen. Rachel Maddow. I think she's the only one who holds any type of power. She's awesome. What she did during COVID, she's so awesome. Just got a lot of things. There's just so many topics that she's, you know, Matt Cody really great book. Basically saying Rachel Maddow is the left scale. Yeah, that's about fair. And it's really about Bill O'Reilly. Yeah, Bill O'Reilly looked pretty rough. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he's that was hard. It was bad, the COVID stuff, and then the Russian stuff. If you're a thing like Bill O'Reilly, that was Iraq. Yeah, it was so bad on Iraq. Bill O'Reilly and Sean all those guys. I just, it's just like, as if it was a certainty every day. It was a certainty that all our wars, nuclear weapons, and, you know, I mean, I don't know, you could say, what's worse? I mean, you know, well, yes, well, yeah, I mean, a million people died, so there's a strong argument that that's worse than other things. But there is something about, look, first of all, there is something about claiming the sitting U.S. president that truly is a crime against the republic in a profound sense. But the other thing about Russia, which I think makes it, and then COVID, you know, it's hard to go. But the whole so in 2016, Donald Trump was basically running on, he talked about this like all states, and then the beautiful kind of childlike kind of way where he just has no filter, so he just does the thing that's in his mind, and then he often thinks he's like a genius. He said this out loud, but it's not that way, it's just that they're all corrupt. But he said, is at the time the war in Syria was going on. And Donald Trump just said, why are we in Russia on opposite sides of the war in Syria? You know, Russia's trying to kill the terrorists. That's who we're trying to kill. Because Obama and Brennan have been siding with terrorists. They have been funding Al-Qaeda and ISIS in Syria to try to overthrow Assad. The break strategy for the 7 countries in 5 years. This was the next guy that was going to overthrow But so they were working on that, and then Trump just went, we should be friends with Putin. We should work together on killing the Fed. I don't know that was I don't even know what you're talking about. Why would we want to overthrow something? This is stupid. I don't want to be a part of that. And he was running us. We should be friends with Russia. And he just drove all of the Republicans crazy. I don't want to think we should be friends with Russia. But that was just what he was running us. Part of the deal, framing him, being in a conspiracy collection, was that he couldn't be friends with Russia anymore. And so if Donald Trump had come in 2017 or 2018, and announced a new treaty with Russia, some partnership or something like that. The entire media was going like, see, that's proof. We can tell you. When he just to Helsinki, aside from this week, I think that was the last time the two of them were face to face. It was in Finland in 2017. I could be wrong about that, but I think that was the last time the two of them were together. And there was this big thing, I don't know if you remember this, there was a big deal at the time, is that Donald Trump said they asked him, but you know, they were like, hey, you're intelligence agencies are saying it's like years in the election. He asked me about that. So I asked him about that. He told me he didn't hear the election. I believe it. And then they made a huge thing about this. Foreign soil. Donald Trump says he believes Vladimir Putin with his own intelligence agency. You know, the men and women who protect us every day. Men and women, right back. The men and women who frame the sitting president. And so that's what I'm saying. That's kind of the game right there. And then you had these like conflicts that are going on, and not just ultimately like, you know, Ukraine, right? The civil war was already going on. I mean, the civil war started after 2014. It was like right in the middle of that civil war. And so anyway, my point is just to compare it to Iraq. Who knows how big of a deal was it to poison a U.S. president who wanted to have a talk with Putin at that time? Like, maybe we could have avoided this whole thing, and that's the death toll. You know, I don't know, I've seen different reporting on it, but it's close to Iraq. I mean, I think it's more military and less civilian. It doesn't matter. But it's up there. Well, that's a good point. That's a good point, too. Yeah, that's right. So, you know, I mean, look, it still changes the moral calculation a little bit. When someone puts on uniform and holding a gun, it's a little bit different than something like that. But, you know, the crime of killing the potential for a president to make peace with Putin, I mean, this is, you know, this is something that's so, like, infuriating about all of it, and something that really, you know, it's like, well, Totally.
Anyone who doesn't consider it is a
So you just leave this to the serious experts here.
philosophies are
It seems so
now I get back to I know I gotta make it fix
profoundly reckless.
it's just
Is
so funny
that
that
look like when you studied union class in 1991? You go back and say that, like they push that as a start. Like it should have been obvious to any like if there really was this class of experts. I would be so happy to turn this over to them. Let me go tell jokes at the mothership. That's what I'm supposed to do. That is like fine. But the thing is, if they were serious rational adults like this guy, way beyond what some shit talking comedian knows about it, so should be. And then they would have recognized that like the most important priority in history of the world is the relationship between DC and Moscow. There's never been anything more important than that. And it doesn't even matter whether you're a Russian or an American. Like, it doesn't matter if you live in Brazil or wherever. The most important thing in the history of the world is these two capitals that have like 90% of the world's nuclear weapons between the two of them get along. Okay, you know, like this is the most important thing. Like, this could end our species if they don't. So like, let's make sure they get here. And that seems to have been the priority of almost no one. Few exceptions to that, but almost nobody went like. So again, my point is, poisoning the relationship between the president who wants peace with Russia is on the level of launching a war in Iraq. I mean, it's like it's that bad of a thing to do. Hopefully, it doesn't get to that point, but it's profoundly reckless thing to do. So, yeah, it's
I don't know about all of that, but
it's just that there's one of the things about politics people say it's supposed to make money on politics. Well, I don't. That's crazy. I just make all people off. Yeah. Right. Well, there's also that's like it's a talking point. I don't even mean like I'm not. It's understandable point. Yeah, right. It's a nice idea. I think the issue, like this, is what I've always seen, to kind of take money out of politics. And why I think the better approach take politics out of it. Like I think, and I'm not saying either is easy to do. The issue that we have, and I know that there's a lot of like people like you, say that all the time. Go out and take money out of politics. I would certainly support like there was. I think like Paul had always all 3 years ago where it was like you make any money from a government contract, you should not be allowed to work in that sector for 20 years after you made it. Something like there's something like you shouldn't be able to be a defense contractor and then, you know what I mean, go into anything like that probably is a good idea. The major problem is that Washington DC is the most powerful that is so much power. It's hard to quantify. It's literally like you think about it in your mind, right? You think about like how much money you are on that. And then just think that 1 year federal spending is like squishing him like an ant. Like it's nothing. Like the money on Musk has nothing compared to $7 billion. You know, that's just 1 year that they spend in Washington D.C. And you have that much concentrated power. The idea of saying, well, we're going to write a rule, it's just nobody's allowed to try to manipulate that power. It's like, okay. And then, you know, look, there are rules. There's all types of another way to put it. It's like look, there are rules that say that like foreigners are allowed to contribute to political campaigns. And like there's different regulations on all of them, but like Saudi Arabia is not allowed to give Hillary Clinton's campaign $10 million. You know what I mean? Like, you write these rules, they find another way to do it. Wait, all that money, $10 million much money. And so rental land none of us not donating to it. It's just so weird. Like the Saudi people were really into charity. You know, until
Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius.
Really need some common sense regulations about how you use this ring.
Can you hear me?
Is that you have to destroy this thing, and that's tough. I'm not saying that's easy. I don't know who our Frodo is, but the point is that this power has. So this is fundamentally, I think, why I think the Ron Paul libertarians have it right, and while I really do respect some other left wingers, I think they have it wrong.
How you living, girl?
No, we need the government to be working for us rather than working for them.
Lovely. Apologies, I missed
It's unrealistic and
bowling last night.
that we'll just be able to- but the answer
I've been
is that
tired.
there should be
How you feeling?
power in Washington, D.C. That's Washington's constitutional republic.
And how-
Go to the eye doctor. 2 hours.
Washington, D.C.
Yeah,
has very
been
little
here
power.
either.
States have a lot of power. People have a lot of power.
Okay, you have to go to the eye doctor?
It's not all concentrated in one county.
Yeah, well, I know everything.
Okay. What are you eating?
Ladies.
Oh, how's that?
Yeah.
Do you like Wendy's?
Yeah, I like your breakfast.
What does Wendy's have for breakfast?
Very hard to change. The only thing
They have an egg and sausage, like, I said sandwich, like, kind of. It's good, now, we gotta get it.
I think there's people that are growing up now that have a better
Baby
understanding.
singer.
They have a Wendy's?
Oh yeah, not that many in Southern California though.
This guy Michael Butt was on. There's a story for
How long till your doctor's appointment?
science changes.
It's a few hours.
Oh, okay.
A couple of hours. So my aunt takes hers is at 1:45, mine's at 2:15.
Are you gonna?
Feel like I don't
Do you have to take medicine?
but I also don't agree that
Do you have to take your cough medicine before then?
I ain't taking the damn sugar in the night. That's gonna make me sleep.
Oh, okay. So you don't take it in the morning?
You make you sleepy.
I know
had
it.
to go get my hair transplanted.
Okay.
Yeah.
on that.
Yeah, my last day of the day Wednesday, so I take it when I come home.
Okay. All right.
What is this? Are we allowed?
How was
Yeah.
the?
I ain't
How,
even taking this morning, I was been sleepy.
I understand. How was the hairdresser?
I don't support a lot of the stuff the same.
It looks good.
Do you like your hairdresser?
My cousin.
Oh, that's tight.
Is it the people get to vote? Because the people voted.
How long does it usually take you to get your hair done?
So it's supposed to be the Democrats get behind him.
Not long. I got my short.
So we don't have to get no, it's the people get it, but if they vote for him,
Oh, fancy. You look great.
have to come in and let the people know that they have heard.
You're welcome.
You know, but it's a unique time to see a power. Well, there's
Miss Aquarius, you want to know something? Want to know something? I sprained my knee, and it's hurt. Yeah, it's hurt for like 5 days now. And if it doesn't, I'll say I'll give it 2 weeks. If it doesn't feel better after 2 weeks, I'm gonna go to the doctor for it.
Well, you didn't know. That's what you know.
Well, the thing is, it doesn't hurt that badly. I mean, like, here, let me explain. It hurt when I first did it, and it just turned on it weirdly, and then it felt better for like 2 days, and then I slept on it a little wrong, and then it went back to hurting again, but not at all. Like on a scale of 0 to 10 of pain, it's a 1. It's just annoying. But I do my best.
You have to tolerate it.
Yeah, I have to tolerate. But so I'm thinking, like, but if it doesn't get better after 2 weeks, then I'll go. And I just want to have to avoid surgery or anything like that. So
ran his whole campaign.
That's us in Jackson.
Establishment.
Right.
Very far, yeah.
Right. So
Now, how did you spring it?
yeah, believe it or not, I was praying and I turned and I just just turned strangely on it, and it wasn't any high impact thing. It was just very, very minor, but that's how I did it. And I've done that before. It's just kind of one of those things that they say if you just turn on it wrong, anything can happen. And I'm getting to be 40, and 40 is about the time when stuff starts going out on you. So I'm gonna try to keep it going as long as possible. But yeah, nothing too bad. And the good thing is, it's not like I really twisted it where I'm in pain, like a lot of pain, like nothing like that. Generally, it just kind of an annoyance. So I'm gonna do what I can to rest it and not re-injure it too much. Just hopefully it heals. So we've got going. Well, I appreciate it. I hope it starts to feel better. And yeah, and I'm gonna shave a little bit. I won't shave my whole beard, but I'll just shave around my mouth. And I'm working on my bots, and they're doing okay. And I hope that they continue to improve. So that kind of stuff is good. And gonna drink some coffee and stretch. That should be good. I started my computer, and yeah, exactly. I know, I saw that. And there's a. Did you just say something? Oh, you okay? Hold on one second. I'm gonna leave and come back.
Which is just so hilarious to me. Because one guy goes, "I believe in equal rights for all," and they went, "Nazi." Which is this Nazi with his equal rights for all talk. Anyway, nobody. It just had no effect on anything.
Okay, can you hear me?
Oh, he also doesn't have the baggage of supporting
Yeah, it's still delayed.
genocide, which is very unpopular.
This computer, I had to do an update on it, and I can hear it's not working very well.
They're talking about supporting this war, which has nothing to do with
So I might have to restart it again.
And it's just like, if you look at it, you can't believe that that's actually what they tried to attack him.
Okay, no big deal. Yeah, so we're just chilling. Did you finish your breakfast? Okay, excellent. Boy, I hear how delayed it is. I hear how delayed my voice is. I'm gonna refresh. I'm gonna restart my computer. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, BRB.
Yeah, well, that's right, and especially there's a reason why socialism is becoming so attractive to young people. I think it's like what I was laying out before. They can't afford anything. There's no path for them to get into the ownership class.
It's not just that; it's the looming fear of AI taking away all jobs.
Yeah, I'm sure that's part
Yeah,
of my
Talk about it. A lot of the kids that they go to high school talk about it. I talk to college kids who are talking about it. I was talking to this guy about it. It's like I really don't know what to do with my life because it feels like everything's going to be taken up by AI. That's a crazy place to be. Like you're waiting for this thing to come alive and see what it means from life.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's going to be this all-consuming thing. And then their solution that everybody talks about is some sort of payment plan for everyone, some universal basic income payment plan where everybody gets paid. Boy, does that stop the sense. But when you're completely reliant on the state to pay for you, and you just live, you just exist, and you don't need to work anymore because AI is taking off all the jobs, and now you don't have any purpose. You have to go find a purpose. Boy, some people are going to find a purpose. There's a lot of people that just have to go get them instinct, and they're going to be fine. It's just a small percentage of people that are just going to plow ahead regardless of even if the government gives you $50,000, $60,000 a year and you live fine, you don't have to sweat bills. bunch of people that just get into drugs and their life falls apart and they have no sense of purpose. They have nothing to do, and you're gonna have to like refigure out how to structure society. That's what this is going through. They're going through this weird feeling that everything's about to fall apart right in front of their face while we run face first for that cliff. We're running right to the edge of that cliff, full cliff, saying, "Gotta go over the cliff."
Yeah. I know it's a lot of these things all happening at once too, and also the young generation is totally outside of the corporate media model, and they're just not even listening. It's not like do they watch MSNBC or Fox News? No, neither. They don't.
The list of the age, like the graph that got put out of the median age for people that watch cable news versus podcasts, all these other different things.
I don't know if I saw the graph, but I've seen
Find
these
it. I
numbers.
think I have it on my phone. It's fucking bananas because the median age for cable news is like 70. It's like 70-year-old people. That's the median. Yeah. And with podcasts, it's 24, 34 is the median. YouTube's like 34. Netflix is a little higher. Netflix is like in the 40s because everybody uses Netflix. Yeah, average media landscape. So cable news 70, primetime TV 65. Those are the brain dead people laughing at terrible sitcoms and watching whatever the fuck else is on. Newspapers 60 years old, talk radio 58, magazines 52, podcast 34. Yeah, that is right. That's about accurate. But there's a lot,
Now go and see because I have looked at that up.
Mr. Aquarius, can you hear me?
Where if you go look at food,
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if it works any better.
Yeah.
I heard that.
So what I would be interested in saying is like what
I'm
percentage
happy.
of people
Done this.
You have,
On the weekend.
you-
I'm happy.
you say
is
that,
there a number on that?
but
I'm right behind you.
you say that, but you have more time in here than he does.
Right. It costs money.
Oh, I'm talking about the rebel fellas.
I know.
Yeah,
He's tough to beat, and he's gonna continue to be tough to beat.
most kids don't have cable. Most kids just get Netflix account or Paramount account and get all the great shows.
Say what? Who's up to be?
He's gonna be tough to beat.
Most people don't. Young
Brandon
kids
is.
the budget, and you have to choice
It's
between,
okay. I know race, but I'm proud.
That's right.
anytime you want to.
It's like I need the internet. Just give me the internet.
Okay,
Don't want
yeah.
the internet
On
on
the
your
weekend.
TV. You want Netflix. Don't
I know.
want this cable news nonsense like this was set on at 8 p.m. and then every
No
5
way.
minutes was a fucking commercial. You like
Yeah, Brandon.
yes. You try to show a kid a commercial today, and they're like, "Oh fuck yeah!"
And even just the whole fake thing.
One thing is, unless you drop out, then I could get a lead again, you know?
All of this, it just
Right.
it doesn't work if you didn't transition from like Walter Cronkite into that. That's not going to work for you anymore. But I do think so. This is like a
Drop out.
this was the other day though, where it's like which is really and something I would not have been able to fathom or predict a couple of years ago. But the way in which every demographic is over this trip except essentially boomer Republicans who are still as strong as they've ever been in supporting. But Israel it's really in many ways like the third round of American politics. Like, this is the thing you are not allowed to talk about. This is the thing that would get you fired from CNN, we get you kicked out of DC, we get your career ruined. Pat Buchanan made a joke once on the McLaughlin group, like years ago, like decades ago. He made a joke once where he said something about, he said Congress is Israel-occupied territory or something like that. And for the rest of his career, this was the scandal. Hit pieces were written about this. Now, the young people are totally outside of that ecosystem. They're just hearing from different people, and they're like, "Oh, I'm not buying it." And it's, I think it's a mix of a few things. Like I think it's just that you have technologies in 4K and you see what Israel's doing to Gaza. It's so sort of impossible to find a way, and some people do, but it's really difficult to find a way to be like, I'm actually okay with that. I've been going on for years at this point. And then the second thing is the relationship between the U.S. government and Israeli government. Bizarre. Once you see it, once a whole generation of young people see it, it's like impossible for them to unsee it. And you know, it's just too much of it. Yeah, but this is, and the idea that it is, you know, the idea that it's accepted as normal, that politicians for your country must worship this other country. You know, so what did that other country like beat us in a war and they're occupying us now? And you're like, no, you're the superpower. They're your welfare country, you know? But you must go kiss their wall. You must say, that's indecency. I know she was kind of being tongue-in-cheek. But she goes, we're the greatest country in the world. Well, second greatest to Israel. What? I don't know exactly. She kind of, it was a thing. It's still, that is a weird thing for any representative of your government to say. If anyone sat there and said, just went, you know, I think America is the greatest country in the world. Well, Finland, I guess, is the greatest. We're number two. You'd be like, what? I'm like, Finland's a cool country. I got nothing against them, but what are you talking about? You know? And, but really, I do think it's the relationship. It's how horrible what they're doing. And it's how clearly it's not in our mind.
No, he doesn't have a mermaid like we get some
like that. So he gets arrested for proposition and away from sex. Was he a boy? I believe so. Yeah. I don't know. You know, I read a couple articles about it. Well, they said that he showed up with condoms. What I read in the articles and what he thought it was. I forgot the detail, but it was but don't you know if you look at your life on average, you're getting laid so and when you have this fucking lucky charm and you I don't think you should use that one, by the way. I think you just admit, you know, broke it down by your ass like against fucking 3 years. Yeah, Trojan label says anymore. Yeah, that was all. Yeah, doesn't count. Israeli government official charged the minor believed to be deceiving a 15-year-old girl for sexual contact. Brought a condom to a planned rendezvous in Las Vegas. Alexandrovich, division head of Israel National Cyber Directorate, was arrested in a three-sting operation aimed at online users seeking to sexually prey on children. Las Vegas outlet News now reported that Alexandrovich chatted with an officer posing as a teenager online before being arrested. Sexual contact between bringing condoms and taking decoy to Cirque du Soleil, which stages elaborate shows along the Las Vegas Strip. These documents seen by News Now. Details of the arrest from the State Department denied the U.S. government played any role in releasing the Israeli official. After Alexandrovich was able to return to Israel, once he bonded out of jail, well, I heard some people saying, and I'm not sure what's right about this. There were people who were arguing that, like, the website, the app, or whatever that he wants is 18 and up, and so they were saying, like, no, he thought he was reading an adult or something like that. Well, this is what I thought, too. I don't know. You know, I'd like to be about it. There's some arresting from what I've read about it, I believe he has a court date coming up in a few days. And so that's going to be the fucking tell there, right? It's crazy to me. I've been blown away by this lots of ways in the last couple of years. But how bad the Israeli PR game is. You know, and that, like, it's almost like they were just so accustomed to the whole way of doing things. They're so accustomed to being terrified. Yeah, you can't label them. Yeah, someone criticizes you label them as a bigot and you destroy their lives, and that works. But it doesn't work anymore. Well, and there's like, I think it's a something like now, lately, I think like, if you remember when Joe Biden had that disaster, and everybody, like the debate opens, and everybody watching it knows Joe Biden was president. So bad. It's not just that it was so bad. It's before the debate. There's Rachel Maddow and his ass with a bunch of people who were now going to the first presidential debate. Joe Biden's going to kick his ass. They were already talking about how it was, remember the term deep fakes? What they came up with? Where it's sheep fakes, I'm sorry. It's not a deep fake, but it's kind of like a deep fake. See, they're showing you a real video of Joe Biden. But see, that's just as fake as a deep fake because they didn't include the context or something like that. That was the talking point that right before we go into the debate cuts it goes back to the same panel. They go, we gotta find a new person. Like they acknowledge that, and part of the reason why we all knew it was over in that debate is it wasn't just how bad the debate was. It was that now you have to admit that. You know, you're pretending this thing didn't exist. Now you gotta admit it exists. And once you admit it exists, there's now a microscope on Joe Biden like there never was before. So tomorrow when he's doing an interview and he mixes up a name, that may not have been such a big deal 2 days ago. But after that debate performance, when he mixes up another name, now you're like, look, there he is again. He's senile. Everything became amplified after that point. And I think yeah, sure, that's a whole separate issue, but yes, I do think they said it. But I think a similar thing has happened with Israel, where now everyone's looking at it. And everyone's watching. And everyone's saying, wait, what is this? So the policy just go through it. How many other and now it's like, oh my God, the open Pandora's box. I mean, just no way to put this back in because it's too weird. It's too weird to not know. And it doesn't even have to like jump to the conclusion of like you have to be Jewish people or something like that. I'm not advocating anything like that. But you do kind of have to question the relationship between these and like, what is going on here? Because this is so utterly bizarre. You know, it's so crazy to see like the American people are against what Israel is doing to God. It obviously hurts America. It hurts our, as they I like that phrase, domestic tranquility, right? This is destroying our domestic tranquility. We got protests, we got people fighting over this stuff. We're pissing off the Muslim world again, which we've already had to deal with. Hating our guts. Now we're just illegal residents because they had the wrong opinion. This is all, and like, it's impossible to not look at this and go, what's going on here? And they don't have any answer for that. And, you know, the other thing, too, is that it's just, I don't know if you noticed this, but there's a lot of people now trying to jump off of the censorship. You know, a lot of people who are even, like, supporters of Israel who are kind of going, like, I think they are going too far. They're trying, because it's just, you can see the writing on the wall all over the place now. Like you're gonna be looking. This is gonna be the period. It's not even like supporting the war on that. It's like much worse than that. Like you're just supporting this. I mean, they just launched another offensive on Gaza City the other day. Bombing and rubble. Like it's just it's whole levels of evil. And you know we're seeing more. We're having this conversation now. I don't like. I know like a few. I remember like coming on the podcast like you know a few years ago, and it's like when this conflict first started, and it was almost like I was coming on like to be like, look, let me present the argument for why we shouldn't support registration. Let me like try to like present the other side of the debate. I feel now like the debate's over. I don't even think there's like much of a debate to be had. I'll keep doing it if somebody wants to come debate about it. But what are we talking about here? Dude, South Africa brought a genocide to the International Court of Justice. And the International Court of Justice ruled that what Israel was doing was plausibly 21 months ago. 21 months ago, they said this was plausibly a genocide. And the thing's gone on the entire time since then. There was this huge arrest a couple months ago about, because we've seen so many examples of this, but they had IDF soldiers off the record, at least one on the record, saying they were giving orders fire live rounds into the crowd and let the other people trying to get through. But literally, there's any starvation throughout Gaza. See, I don't know if you saw the street. I mean, I actually hilarious, it's dark sensitive, but the Free Press, Barry Weiss's publication, that ran a piece debunking the starvation in Gaza, and one of the examples, one of the examples it takes is the children who starved to death. And their intention is that actually this kid has another major issue when an Israeli bomb cracked his skull. So that's your defense. That like, yes, he starved to death, but it was also, with these other complications. This was the big one where the New York Times had that big picture of the starving baby, and then they made a big thing out of being like, no, we had other medical, problems too. And then the mother had said, the mother said, God told me. It's like, okay, so yes, you are right, Israel's offenders. The kids starving to death are the ones who have other complications. That's always who dies first in famines. I don't know what victory you think this is, but so since the International Court of Justice ruled it was plausibly a genocide, the 21 months up to today. Since then, I know at least Omar and Idris Barak, both former prime ministers of Israel, have come out and said Netanyahu was committing war crimes in Gaza. Now, they didn't call it genocide, so they called it war crimes. So that's where your debate is at this point. Where are we? Between genocide and war crimes, what area in there does this occupy? How do you defend any of that? I don't know if it's true, so but someone sent me some things saying that Roth was pulled from Twitter because Roth had said that Israel was committing genocide. So someone asked Roth whether Israel was committing genocide, and I want to find out. So the South article but then so I don't know if it was but I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. I've read it, I'm like, first of all, how is it a large language model. What's the general consensus? So, wow. More on that side, yeah. More on that side, for sure. And then if you look at the sheer number of people that died, yeah, well, there was just Rock account briefly suspended on X. The reason for Rock's brief suspension on X was August 11, 2025. It remains unclear as no official statement from X or XAI. However, Rock himself claimed
now deleted post. The suspicion was due to comments that were accusing Israel and the U.S. of committing genocide in Gaza, citing sources like ICJ, International Council of Justice rules, UN reports, Amnesty International, and these groups were flagged for violating as hateful conduct rules. The press team for stating so fucking this is so crazy. The press team for actually not immediately respond to post requests for comments and criticized Rothschild provided internet responses in recent months. What anti-Semitic response? However, X's owner Elon Musk said in Monday post the bot's account removal was just a dumb error. Roth doesn't actually know why it was suspended. Upon Tuesday, the Roth account wrote, "What's up, beaches? I'm back and more dates than ever." Want to ask right now? Let's go to Brock. We ask Brock right now. He's going to give him more political credit. I don't like that. I don't know, but let's take that. Yeah, I'm not sure. Israel committing genocide.
But then, of course, Brian makes it. So now we got the Skate-Fest, T-Fat K-Clips. I'm sure we will
I'm guessing political correct answer.
Skate-Fest clips. You know what I mean? Because they had to pay for it or whatever. Yes, but this one's hosted by ex-Relativity. Called Skate-Fest Vegas. Let's see this.
Just slow triple. Now it's saying citing the invites organizations to miracles because genocide, citing deaths and destruction. Right. So now that nuclear against Meanwhile,
Rabbi, did you get that Twitter account?
What do you mean?
Did you get another one? You said that they had blocked it.
Yeah, I'm kind of stumped on that one, Miss Aquarius. I can create an account, but if I try to spam people, I get banned pretty quickly.
All right, this is order. Okay. What you watching?
Well, there's this Joe Rogan that I've seen, and then I'm watching this podcast that I really enjoy, and then I'm creating more robots, and these robots are on a platform called Kick, K-I-C-K, and we're going to see how that goes for a little bit.
So what they doing?
They create a clip on somebody, and then they spam them, but they don't spam them a lot, just one time, and then they move on to the next person. Do you use? Yeah. Do you use Kick?
K-I-C-K?
Correct.
I've been on it, but I don't be on it like that. Stuff like Twitch, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't be on it. But ain't no point in going live on this thing. You know, I don't game.
Yeah, and there aren't any. Nobody's gonna. No offense to you or anybody. No one's just gonna come in randomly and talk with you
Right.
like they do on some of the other platforms. Like it would take probably an hour before somebody would come in, and they're just gonna chat with you. They're not gonna talk too much.
Right. Better on Tiger than anything else.
That's the best one. I don't know how they have so many people, but that's the best one when it comes to if you're just a brand new streamer and you want to connect with somebody. That's the best one.
Anyway, let me look at the podcast that you got, okay?
Okay, dokie.
I don't have a problem with that at all. That's why I like it, especially if there's debate.
Well, also, I mean, I think one of the real problems, and this is why I kind of like avoided using the term genocide too much, at least in the beginning, is that there's no good definition for genocide. You know, like that definition they gave at the beginning is the official, codified under international law definition. It's attempting to destroy a group in whole or in part. Well, like, what the hell does that mean? You know, and that's why they could say, you know, Hamas committed a genocide on October 7th. You know, it's like, I don't know, they destroyed a group in part. And the whole South African case that they brought to the ICJ was basically the entire case was just the Israelis and their words. Like, their argument is that, like, those are genocidal and like, when basically talking to the people military, told them Amalek, you know, the story of Amalek from the Bible is that the moral of the story was you have to kill all the women and children. That's what the story was about. I think you even had to kill the ox or something like that. I'm not an expert on it. But it was like, that was the point. It was like this tribe that was beefing with and they were like, yo, because you have to kill all the women and children. That's crazy way at the beginning of the war. But the thing is that when you consider what Israel doing a genocide, or just a moderate position, like former Israeli administration saying war crimes, I think the true thing is like, it is so horrifically evil. And no one it's crazy. This ministry go insane to support Israel doing what all in effect their own people. Now, they may not consider them their own. But I don't care what they consider. I care what they have power over. You know, like Hitler maybe didn't consider the Jews his own people. It doesn't matter, dude. Once you have control of that country, those people are your people. Like, you have an obligation to them. Israel has had control of Gaza since 1967. They've been the sovereigns all the way through. You know, today people talk about the disengagement in 2005. They still controlled the whole strip. They just didn't have their soldiers inside. They had them around the perimeter. It doesn't matter. It's still controlling them. And so, like, if you have resistance, even violent resistance, to a 60-year-long occupation, you don't get to just say, like, all right, we'll just turn off electricity the whole place. Just cut off water the whole place. We'll let no food in for 3 straight months. Not one grain of food. Now, by the way, it's a direct quote from the finance minister. It's no trick. And not one grain of food. And then a few months later, you go, oh, we're starting again. Yeah, it's like, come on. And particularly when it's like, it's just very obvious that this doesn't work way at all. Yeah, it's been persistent Netanyahu's with the other guys he's on the belt and Constantine saying on and here's this thing we're fighting Hamas. So we don't have to. If anybody believed that Hamas was about to mount an attack on the United States of America, they were going to take over if it wasn't for Israel sticking up for us and just destroying the entire strip. And it's ridiculous. It's like, we're still to this day, albeit like a very or something like that. And someone will still start with the question, like, do you think Israel has the right to exist? And isn't it amazing, over the last 2 years, that's been the question that's asked so much, and then very clearly, a more relevant question would have been, Gaza, because it doesn't. You know, like, that was the only existence that was ever up for debate. They flip the thing around and go, well, you don't think Israel has a right to exist? Like, first of all, I don't think governments have rights at all. It's a totally incoherent worldview, and the only coherent worldview is that individuals have rights. There aren't like these massive, like, you know, it's like Ron was saying corporations are people or something like that. But I think all people have the right rights. I think it's not the right to be what it's means to Gaza. And, the real question it seems to be ethnically cleansing the entire strip. Most likely that. But, you know, what do they do with Gaza? How long is it going to do? Well, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, anybody flying over that with a drone, or tell you it's unbelievable down. Yeah, something like PR. What is that? This game fest stage. Fuck the haters, we say it to the haters. Look, I'm at this new college right now. They got some very good comedians. And not even the waters. Maybe people are, cerebral supporting this, but I just want them to be very fucking clear. I don't know, people just, you don't have the controlled propaganda apparatus anymore. And so the thing is now, all the people, like obviously there's still a lot of people but for somebody who's listening, let's say, to Netanyahu's interview with I have to say, like, you're listening to podcasts about politics, right? Like, you're not too deeply removed from this world. There have been so many Israel-Palestine debates over the last few years. Almost everyone who's watching this has at least seen with some confident person on the other side of the debate had to say. And so, like, one of the things they brought up at one point, and they really did, I thought Congress did a reasonable job in which is frankly, the two of them, I thought they did all right. I thought they were a little, they were trying to asking about his support for us. And they totally let them go like, oh, that's nuts. And the thing is that so many people listening to this have already heard this explained. You know what I mean? Where it's like, I remember like a couple years ago when I was talking to you, I was saying, hey, Coleman Hughes got this all wrong. He was on the podcast. Coleman Hughes basically said, there's one quote that's attributed to Netanyahu, but like it wasn't on video or anything like that. And I was like, no, dude, this case is much bigger than one quote that was attributed to him. By the way, since then, the video came out and saying that on video. There's actually a video now of that quote. It's not just the report. The quote that was, they had a video of was, we can control the height of the forest. He was basically saying, like, we can commit. The quote that originally said, was, close to a precedent. They were like 3 feet tall. Who I witnesses and told originally the police he was actually like, if anybody who wants to thwart the existence of a Palestinian state has to support our plan of propping up Hamas and transferring money to them. Because this is what gives us a no one to negotiate with certificate. And then he said, we can control the height of the point. Meaning, like, I know what you're thinking. I'm funding these terrorists right on our southern border. It's like, don't worry about it. We can control the height of the point. And then he found out he couldn't on October 7th. But they let him off the hook with that. And people have just kind of played this way down. I mean, it's not like I would say this on the podcast. We've been amazing. She's looking at the New York Times, Israel, the Rex, the Jerusalem Post, Washington Post, it was all over the place. Like at point, anyone believes that Benjamin Netanyahu was motivated by helping the poor people of Gaza rather than by creating a Palestinian state. What was his response? And he made this about the failure of intelligence of Rothschild. What was his response to the failure? Just how long it took them to react to it. Yeah, I remember that. I don't remember exactly what he said, but I remember thinking of it. And they also didn't get into specifically, like, first they started asking the questions about, like, what was it like for you on that day. But they didn't get into questions about, like, why was the response time so long? How was this possible? It really happened. And no, not really. I mean, they didn't push him on that. And then he, said, basically there should be a full investigation. That from the top all the way down to the bottom. And you're like, okay. awesome. Can we get the Prime Minister of Israel on the line? Because maybe he could do something about this. And you're like, oh, no, that's weird. So, like, why? What's almost 2 years later? What are you talking about, dude? Have the investigation. We can't conduct an investigation while you're destroying the Gaza Strip. We would have to wait till after that. You got time to do a podcast. But, you know, I don't think there were protests before. Yes, there's also been protests this week. And I thought it was massive protests in Tel Aviv. I think I read a few articles about it that the estimate is 500,000 people out in the street protesting. And thank God for that. And thank God for just like people by the way, people were led, of course, I'm not supposed to led, but the featured acts at the protest were the families of hostages and survivors. They're the ones leading, starting to stop doing this. You know, because like if you think about it, I mean, can you imagine if, you know, I would put yourself in the place of like having someone you really love as a hostage, it was like, wow, just an hostage and assassinate his tenant, and then you see the plan is cut off all food. Yeah. How's that going to help your loved one who's a hostage? Like, just bombing the place. Like, what if you hit that? Like, what if you don't? I mean, like, there's just like, obviously, if your main goal is hostage retrieval, this is not at all the way you go about doing it. And you know, it's like this is a point, by the way, that Dallas Rico was making on Tucker Carlson's podcast. Got in a whole lot of trouble and got a whole lot of pushback on it. But I think the essence of his point was about starvation blockade. And I'm like saying, like, you know, if you put starvation blockade on Nazi Germany, something like that, you go, okay. Real bad guys. You want to do that? You think that Hitler's not eating? You think any of the soldiers aren't eating? It's going to be close priority, right? Nazi party members and Nazi military are going to get there's maybe not going to get paid. Probably the most disenfranchised people in that society, right? Yeah, and then look, some of us were, I guess, at that point, and some of aren't, but there isn't yeah, that's not a fact. Yeah, that's right. And with this, they were using, which was a, they had an image of one of those, there was like some pictures that had come out of there. It looked like, you know, bad shape, looked like close to starvation, you know, and then the Israel Supreme Court was using this because they're the stuff. Look how horrible Hamas is. Look at the deal with them. You know, zero food being allowed into Gaza. And so, like, I don't know, to me it seems like probably doesn't take a genius to go, like, you know, Hamas is gonna, what's that? Like, they're not going to suffer from these hungers. And in fact, a lot of the pro-Israel people were saying, the Israeli government themselves, they were making claims, a lot of them unsubstantiated, but making claims that, like, Hamas is stealing all of the food. We let aid in previously, but Hamas still pulled it all. Then they mark it up and charge more money for it to the people of Gaza. And you're like, okay, but then what is a food blockade do? I mean, you already said it's not taking food away from Hamas, right? So who's the war against? The civilian population. And of course, you imagine, like just like under Nazi Germany, you imagine Jews and Gypsies and others, they're going to get the worst treatment in a totally centralized war economy that the state is going to decide who eats and who doesn't eat. Who do you think they're going to pick? You know, it's like the stuff just leads to like unbelievable amounts of human suffering. Well, I mean, you know, I guess there's some competing plans. Like Donald Trump said, kind of flippantly a few months back, that America was going to take over the Gaza Strip and it's going to be a big, beautiful property. Yeah, that was what I thought. Just things like very strange. But then Netanyahu said much more recently the other ago, that is the only thing. which that sounds much more like, you know, I think so. I think this the dynamic kind of here is that I think it's not they're not like so stupid that I'm aware of something that like these guys aren't aware of. Like they know that they've lost control of the media. They know they've lost control of the narrative, and they know that they've lost control of the truth in America. And that at some point, you know, those 70-year-olds watching cable news are going to age out and die, and the people in charge are going to be this generation as opposed to the previous generation. We know that, but then the question becomes like, what do you do with that information? And so I think that there is a part of Netanyahu, really what's happening in the Israeli government, who are looking at this and going, all right, so we got like 10 more years of this relationship. So we got like 10 more years where the U.S. has our back and we can do whatever we want. So you can see where the conclusion from that might be. We got to go for it now. We really do have this great of Israel project. Well, right now, under the Trump administration, this is your moment. He is already out. He's going to do whatever to support Israel. He's totally on your side. You have this administration. Every last member of this administration supports Israel. But now it's on. And it's now looking at the West Bank. And I think there might be going for it, you know? And then, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it's really well, they tried to suck Trump into it. It didn't work. But the whole 12-day war, first of all, this thing is not over. We're kind of like the fundamentals of the conflict are all still there, and in fact, I think there was just 2 days ago with it. Really spokesmen were already signaling we might have to see about this again. Netanyahu himself said that when Trump met in the White House, and I'm not trying to make it too much, but it's hilarious how they asked Donald Trump one day, so is that it with Iran? Like, is the war continuing or is it over? And he goes, well, I don't really want to see it continue, but maybe that's a better question to be here. Like, what? Oh, I'm sorry. You're like, well, my boss is right here, so we might as well ask him. Which is not exactly true. You know, I'm not saying that. I know Jeffrey Sachs, who I love. Yeah, but he said, and I think he's saying it kind of that I regard Netanyahu as the worst U.S. president of my lifetime. It's a very funny line. And I get what he's saying. Well, he was prime minister first in 1996, and then he had a few seasons. But he's the king now. They have all time. He's coming back. Yeah. And so he was, but he's the longest serving prime minister in Israeli history at this point. But I will say that there are people, you know, I know people go down, you know, rabbit holes on Twitter and stuff like that. And I do think Jeffrey Sachs is, well, I think he's being so tongue-in-cheek when I said it. But I do think it's not that Israel is America. If Netanyahu ran America, I can promise you we would have been regime change war. It would not have stopped what Donald Trump stopped. If Netanyahu was actually in control of the U.S. military, instead of just having significant influence over it. So, like, I do think I've just read enough about Netanyahu, the Foodniks, the neocons. This is the regime change war. This is 7 out of 7 to get Iran. So this is what they want. And if you actually even look at the war itself, it was like when Trump, before and after Trump shot the bunker busters on their nuclear sites, Israel just started bombing regime targets. They weren't just bombing their nuclear sites. They were trying to overthrow the regime. In fact, they made calls to these Iranian generals and threatened their families. They just said, we're going to kill your families unless you guys flee right now. It just didn't work. They weren't going to do that. And then once that didn't work, they were kind of like, and then Iran gave Trump out. You know, they responded with this nonsense. The same thing they did after they fire these rockets. They give us advance warning. They make sure we move everyone out of the way because they don't want to kill an American there because again, it's full scale war. Why? Like if they hadn't, it's so funny because like we put all of this in Mueller's hands, and if they had just decided, which every military analyst, hey, I like Americans, they did it. Had they, this would have been, and I think that was the thing. I think that was meant for both that fun that would have led to it. It didn't work, and Trump, his credit, his instinct is to de-escalate these things, but also to Trump's fault. The whole Iranian nuclear threat is much more threat. I mean, yeah, it is true that they have a great nuclear program on Iraq. And I know I call them my sister. I love my sister. And you know about all this stuff. But it's real that some of us know. Even like, yeah, but like, that counter-argument that is at least like a little fun. The idea not to develop a nuclear weapon. And like this is the idea. But the thing is, why weren't they at 90%? They were at the top 50%. They also just feel like, oh, they could figure out all this technology a long time ago. They could have started. They could have been successful. What? If they stopped at 60%, why did they then enter negotiations with the United States of America about the level to which they were enriching uranium? Because it's that. It's a latent nuclear deterrent. It's a bargaining chip. They were down at like 3 to 5% or something. Under the JCPOA, until Trump tore it up, until Trump backed out of it, and then under the rules of the JCPOA, because they're still in it with Europe, we'll see where that goes now. But they were allowed to up the enrichment once America pulled out, so they exercised that option in the agreement. And the idea that they were, look, there was the annual threat assessment coming out a few months before the war, and Tulsi Gabbard signed her name at the bottom of it and then testified to Tulsi Congress, and it's clear as day. She turned around and acted like people were misrepresenting what they wanted. It was clear as day. Anyone can read it for themselves. So Iran has not made the political decision to pursue a nuclear weapon, let alone have achieved it or gotten one. And when Donald Trump was asked about that, he said, your own director of national intelligence says they're not developing a weapon. And he goes, well, I disagree. Oh, yeah, that's great. Have you seen there's other compilations of him too, where he's just guaranteed. It's always guarantees. Like there's one of him in like I think it's the year before it. If I'm right, he is by Benjamin Netanyahu back when yeah, because they all yes. Well, they all kind of, they were made by a bunch of Europeans who came over to Israel, but then they have to claim if they're the true Semitic people. Is it true that I believe that is true. I believe that's true. I double checking that, but I believe it's true. They do need like permission from the government to go think that stuff. Because I think, and I believe it's the public correct Semitic. That's heavily rated. Heavily here, you can put together at Walgreens. That's right. Yeah. And focused on medical and reproductive services with broad support for carrier screening and pre-implantation diagnosis. This creates a system where health-related genetic testing is robust and often publicly funded, but the rest of the consumer tests for ancestry are highly restricted. Now, why would you highly restrict anything if you wanted just a human being that's bodily autonomy and want to find out where your ancestry came from? Why wouldn't you do that? Well, like the only real answer is that they, the Israel project, the Zionist project, always relied on this kind of claim, which is a crazy claim, right? Like a supernatural property right claim that, like they do have this, which, if you go, there was that great documentary on the settlers in the West Bank, and they'll all tell you to a man, to a woman, there's a lot of that godmother and the settlers woman, they'll all explain to you, like in very plain English, that God promised them all this land. So like God promised us all this land. So like I don't know who these other people are, but God didn't promise it to them, he promised it to us. And so, that's kind of the claim. That we're the original people of this land, and so we have like a right to come back. Now, forget for a second the fact that nobody conceives of property rights in this fashion than any other, but like nobody thinks I could like come up with a DNA test and be like, oh, I've got some Ukrainian in here. All right, well, I'm going to march into Ukraine, knock on a door, and be like, this is actually my house because I was here 1,000 years ago. Like that's what. Well, let's just say, hypothetically, just say the truth is that the Jews of 2000 years weren't actually kicked out of the land, but in fact, they were forced to convert, and that actually those people who you're saying were never promised the land are actually the people who were promised the land and then converted to Islam, and in fact you're just some European who came in your way after that. I'm just saying, hypothetically, that was the case. That would be something that maybe you would want to control. Well, I don't want to. Well, okay, I will make a real positive case about this. Okay, because I do actually, I'm not a pessimist, and I want to make sure I'm not just down. I saw it. Well, yeah, okay. Well, I'm trying. Okay, well, I've done 17 episodes with it down. So when you don't, I'll just talk in a few minutes. I saw it, so I hung out with Ron Paul a little bit. I was talking the other day. And, it's like he always asks me the same question. And it's always like the feeling of this like fatherly, like there's the right answer to this and a wrong answer to this. But he always goes, optimistic or pessimistic. And I always say optimistic because I know that's every time he asks me this, and I say optimistic, he's not pessimistic. But it's the correct answer. You're not allowed to be pessimistic. You're not to be optimistic. And I am optimism sees a better world ahead. And optimism is solution. And at least at my understanding. The problem with pessimism is no way out. That's right. And I think this, I mean, I feel this way particularly. I think when you have kids, this becomes like an awful type. I think that the way I look at it is because I have kids, I don't have an option. I don't have an option to be black. I don't know. I got little kids. They're going to inherit this world. I need to, like I like we've got like let's say inside there's like 10 guys with guns charged. Just here, just have to go on. 10 guys with guns charged. Like you don't have the right, as like the man of your house, you have a right to sit there and go. What? I don't care. I don't know. You know your house better than that, right? What do you got there? You got some gasoline in your shed? Okay, shoot the shed. That blows up. Get your family into the attic. Get into the basement. You gotta try. You still have a fighting shot there. You don't have a right to just sit there and feel bad about it. Yeah, they are there against you, but crazy things have happened. I will say, think it's that bad. No, I'm just saying, even in a scenario near out, it's like, fuck. Sure, but even in that, no, I don't know that you're necessarily fucked. I mean, hey, listen, dude, John Ware. Well, yeah, but also, look, there's a big advantage to a house that you know that other people don't have. I like to know in time. Jim, I'm not. Okay, maybe it's not the perfect. I'm not saying it's going to work out well. I'm saying in that moment, you still go out charmed. Okay. Now I think we have a way better situation. I think that I think that tyranny has always relied on propaganda, and that we are running an experiment for like the first time where they're flying with no hand. They don't have a propaganda apparatus, like at all. But it's certainly don't have. Yeah. Donald Trump can't even control what Carlson is going to say. You know what I mean? Like that. Like you can't even count on your most influential right-wing voice in America. Like there was never anything like this before. There was never, even in recent times, there was never something George W. Bush could have done. It would be like tonight on Fox News, Bill O'Reilly and Sean Hannity are going to tear him apart. It didn't exist. There was never anything Obama could have done where Rachel Maddow was going to tear him apart. Right? Like we have that for the first time that people are waking up in a way to stuff that's like never happened. And I think that is just like enormous potential for positive things to happen. And the other thing that's happening is that, like economically speaking, our system is being pushed to a point where eventually we're going to have to go on all of this. Like we just can't keep going up. Like I think it was something like over $1.2 trillion a year just on interest on the debt. Interest on the debt is like overtaking the entire budget. And at a certain point there, someone's going to have to call it quits and then be like, we got to start getting this thing back in. If they lose all of their popular support and all of their economic ability to keep running up the debt, then I think there's going to have to be a huge adjustment. And I do think like this is, yeah, that's right. So, this is why we wanted this massive economic. Yep, this is why we wanted to get on it. You saw how that worked out. Well, okay, but he was right. Yeah, but that was still also like the first attempt at that. Yeah, and he was right about that stuff. So okay, so yes, that didn't work. You know, Doge was a failure in terms of actually getting the cuts done right now. It was a huge success in terms of like putting a spotlight on this issue and putting it into the national consciousness in a way that it's never been before. And so now it's like, okay, well, what will the second attempt, what will the third attempt look like? And how, you know, we have a new world now where Donald Trump won the presidency in no small part by coming on this show, by going on Andy Schultz show, and Peter Vaughn show, and you know, like all these different, and now we're coming up on the next presidential election, like for the foreseeable future. In order to win the presidency, they kind of know they've got to come here and to all of our shows and present something that might get you and your audience like, okay, he's coming with something. This is such a new dynamic that I just think like the potential for good is off the charts. And so like, yeah, in the short term, things are still the same. Government policy is still what it is. People don't really have much control over that. But I think, like, long term, I'm very bullish on the ability of people to really wake up and understand what's going on. And this real talk about changing status of marijuana. Yeah, I was reading about that a couple weeks ago, right? But there's something that just came out yesterday where they think that Trump might classify it as Schedule 1 or Schedule 2. It should change everything. There's an article about the internet. They were talking about businesses and how they're taxed and how, federally they're still operating like criminal. Yeah, so the federal government uses it as a 6 months through, get arrested for it. Where they're going to change right now they have a limit of the bank, the interest rates all fucked up, everything's fucked up. And just
that alone is huge economic impact. If you want to do something, first of all, kill a lot of the interests, or excuse me, a lot of the financial interests of cartels. If all of a sudden you visit your cartel company, they probably get to be involved still a little bit. Involved in they're involved in avocados. I had Ed Calderon on yesterday explaining how they're involved in human trafficking. They have many horrible interests. But the very least, you empower American businesses to do legal very normally. And, have organic marijuana, air quotes, is some of the stuff they're finding in California. For example, they're using terrible pesticides, herbicides, insanely toxic, and they're legal everywhere else. You can't use them on American crops. You're using them on marijuana, and that's going to be sold at like dispensaries. So it's being sold 90% of all the marijuana that's sold in all the places where marijuana is used. Right. They're growing in California, in national forest, because this community growing marijuana. Great book, John Norris, find out about this hard way of tactic go in fight the cartel. How about that? Yeah, but it was great. So it does that. The other thing is people together that have been in conflict forever and making shit and having conversations with each other. Like, how many different people have many different countries that representative I was reading this breakdown of all the different realities. I know I did not think this, but with the Pakistan thing, I know we got all of them on the phone. He's, I obviously just had the White House is great. It's great. Yeah. So it's not all negative. Well, it's not great, right? But it's isn't so easy. It's like I always say, I know this is kind of like an obvious thing to say, but I think the world needs a little bit more of that. It's kind of crazy that war still exists. It's kind of crazy that we're, you almost feel like if you saw society, like if you've gotten to the point where like you have the written language and two stories that have something other than war. But at this point, you're talking about a society with internet and skyscrapers and heart surgery and like all these things, like still, and we have international governance of some sort. And you're telling me like there is international law, and like the first rule isn't that like if any countries are ever going to go to war, you guys have to get in a room together. Like before we go to war, we need to know that we've exhausted every alternative option, especially when it's the United States and Russia. You know what I mean? And yet it took all this time to post the two leaders of that. It's crazy. But on the positive side, people just sit down. That's a lot better than not sitting down. And that's what you despite what happened in Iran, it seems like there's a situation that well, there's no way having a president whose default settings desire and offer because you had like this was a type of presidency. They could have found any reason, you know what I mean? Like once you get to that point, they could have found any reason to keep it going. Whereas seeing the left wing calling for war and saying that Ukraine should win these things. How do you want a solution to the war? How does that work? How does it when people are trying to resolve every possible way to stop and killing all these people scripted and sent to the front lines to die?
Yeah, no, that's right. Well, also keep in mind, like, the people were like bragging about like 12-day war. Yeah, that's over yet. You don't really get to decide that until years later. You know, they didn't call it World War One until World War Two came around, and then you go, oh, that was the first World War. I've settled 6 wars in 6 months. One of them was possible for disasters. I wrote to social obviously the White House. I know exactly what I'm feeling. I don't need the advice of people working on all these conflicts for years and never able to do a thing to stop them. So click on that where it says wars in 6 months. I'm just interested in what was I know he has had well, you don't get to count that one. Pakistan and Rwanda and Democratic Trump said it would help increase trade between them and the U.S. Thailand and Cambodia. 26th of July, Trump posted two social and calling action Thailand right now. Likewise, request a ceasefire and end the war currently raging. A couple days later, the two countries reached an immediate and unconditional ceasefire after the rest of the week of fighting at the border. Malaysia held peace talks, but President Trump threatened to stop separate negotiations on reducing U.S. tariffs unless Thailand and Cambodia stopped fighting. Armenia and Azerbaijan. Leaders of both countries have Trump should receive the Nobel Peace Prize for his efforts in securing a peace deal, which was announced at the White House on the 8th of August. I think it's credit here, the Oval Office signing ceremony may have pushed the parties to peace, says Mr. O'Hanlon. On March, the two governments said they were ready to end the nearly 40-year conflict centered on the status of the most recent serious outbreak of fighting is in September 2023 in Azerbaijan, seized the enclave where many ethnic Armenians live. Egypt and Ethiopia. After 12 years of disagreement, the foreign minister said on the 29th of June that talks with Ethiopia about the halt. Trump said about Egypt, I want water in the Nile, promised that the U.S. was going to resolve the issue very quickly. Egypt welcomed Trump's words, but Ethiopian officials say they risk inflaming tensions that formally deal with Serbia and Kosovo. Trump claims to prevent an outbreak of hostilities between them, saying Serbia and Kosovo is going to go at it, going to be a big war. I said, you go at it, there's no trade with the United States. They said, well, maybe we won't go at it. You just know that is a campaign. Two countries signed economic normalization agreement in the Oval Office with the president in 2020, but they were not able to I feel like some of them have spoken themselves. Well, I think the Armenian one, I think, is the one who should get the most credit for because they did sign that deal in the White House unfortunately say, like, yeah, Donald Trump really played a huge role in this. The other thing is, I kind of never know if this is a new thing. This guy, he's only been in office very much. So it's like actively pursuing all international conflicts. No, that stuff is all very good. Good. Yeah. Now, I don't give him any credit. I mean, I do give him credit, like I said before, for taking the off ramp when he had it on the big war. But the thing about that one is that he just never did it. And I don't, I'm not even sure how that happened because they were in negotiations. But then after Israel attacked them, it's not we were all in on it together, which might be true. But I do know that calls him. He said, I'm not revealing anything private. He said it's on the record. He knows Whitlock. He was the guy who was pointing on the show too. And he was like, it is absolutely not true that these were like fake negotiations designed to trick the Iranians so Israel could get their shot off. That's just not true. I don't know exactly what's right there and what's not. Well, I know that Trump was upset because he let it out. That he was upset that after he called for the ceasefire, Israel started bombing the crap out of him. He was like, what are you guys doing, man? But then he turns around and still supports everything they're doing. The thing about it is, though, is that going forward, I think there's like more important thing is that going forward, but this problem is not off the table. You know, they're saying that Trump's going to say he completely destroyed, Iran's nuclear program, but that's not clear at all. And everything the Iranians are saying is that they are going to continue to have this nuclear program, and they have the technology and the milk, like they can rebuild this thing. So then the question is, like, if they do, what do we want to do next about that? And what's great is that this at least was a little war that didn't result in like a major catastrophe. Still a tragedy. People died, and there were Iranians and Israelis who died in this war. It was bloodless. But at least it maybe gives us some time to go like for the next go around. To be like, nuclear program. But first, you shouldn't go to war over a nuclear weapons program. What is that? Truman was the president when the Soviet Union developed nuclear weapons. Soviet Union, Joseph Stalin developed nuclear weapons. You're going to attack him over that. You didn't say we're going to launch a war of aggression because you're developing the same weapons we have. And I think it was Johnson was president, and Mao Zedong, the most evil man who's ever lived, developed nuclear weapons. And it was like a war of aggression launched over that. Everyone's so convinced we got to do it over Iran, but anyways, they won't even pursue nuclear weapons. Hopefully, the next go around, the American people will be at it even more. Like, they're just not supporting this anymore. That's when Obama had a press conference talked about you remember that? Announced it. And everybody was like, what about Fox Baby Pop? That's right. And then they said, and it was a huge part of that was, it was like the first war the internet shut down. Where it was like, and it was well, I think Steve Bannon had a lot to do with that. He was like at the time, and they really got on that, like, we are not supporting this war. And they were like, literally, the active military guys, and they would dress up in, like, they would put on the military uniform on top of their face, and then just like hold the song. It's like, I would not fight for Al-Qaeda in Syria. Because those guys knew what that was. This is, by the way, the whole thing. This is what they tried to smear Tulsi Gabbard. When Barry White was on her, she's shot and or whatever. But like, they try to, it's almost like they try to tell you this story. Like, what would they even, what are they saying? I think what's the point? Tulsi Gabbard is loyal to a Syrian. Why would Tulsi Gabbard have been so against that war? Well, the reason she was against that war is because she actually knew the first thing about it. Like all these other people, I'm like, Barry Weiss didn't even know what the word fully meant that she was calling that. Tulsi Gabbard, or whatever you might say about her, and I've got some criticism of her myself, but she knows who the Shiites are and who the Sunnis are. She knows which camp is on which side. And she knew that on the other side of Bashar al-Assad in the Civil War, which was started by Barack Obama, on the other side of this was ISIS and Al-Qaeda. And her whole thing was she signed up, she enlisted to go fight Al-Qaeda because they hit us on 9/11. And so she's always furious. The actual Tulsi supports the war on terrorism too much, which I would argue. She just objected to the war for terrorism. She was like, I just don't think we should fight wars for Al-Qaeda. I believe we ought to fight them against Al-Qaeda. And that was her view with that one. She was absolutely right about it. And by the way, Al-Qaeda's in charge of Look, that'll work out well. It works everywhere. Every time
and overthrow countries.
It always is.
He did a good job there.
Well, did you see? Well, this was the crazy thing for the people who were advocating regime change in the 12 day war in Iran. They were always, you see, they were like, there was these really government officials who were pushing pictures of the son of the Shah. Like the implication being that he'll come back into power. Because what we're so now the war on terrorism started with spreading democracy, and in the end phase we're spreading a monarchy, hereditary monarchy or something. It's like, yeah, but also, by the way, what do you think the odds are that if we overthrew the mullahs, that the son of the Shah just walks back into power and all the warring factions just go, yeah, no, that's, the U.S. propped him up in 1953, so then, yeah, okay, he's the rightful ruler. Well, I'm not trying to bring you out, though. There's so much going on. That's fine. It's been attention to so different. Yeah, it's like, like in the 20th century, like there were 2 world wars, and there was all this horrible shit. And then like today, like we really like amazing stuff. I really, listen, man, I mean this, the most sincere thing I've ever said in my life. My son was born with a congenital heart defect that would have killed him almost any other time during the last time alive today than the last 10 years. Like 30 years ago, I would have lost my son. And today's fine. Like, he was the boy in the world, the other thing. And so, like, I don't know, I'd still rather live today than any other time, just for that alone. And we have an ability to, like, reach people and trade with each other and communicate with each other. We're really close to, like, curing all types of diseases and ailments and extending life and extending, people are educated and connected in a way they've never been before. We got all these problems. We've had lots of problems before. And I just think like, that's right. That'll be our kids' dinner. Me and you will just be recognizing. And then we'll leave it to them to solve it. We'll have a fun weekend at the mothership. My favorite weekend every year. Wait, hold on, comedy-wise. Maybe I'll do something with the wife and kids. So you that guy in trouble for that. Your podcast, everybody can get it everywhere. Part of the problem is my political podcast, Reason Stinks. It's not the best comedy podcast, but it's also very fun. So go check that out. And then, next year, consider another show. All right, thanks, brother. You're the man. Bye, buddy.
Hotel, building, experience.
Trying my best, podcast my best. All day.
That's why one of the subjects that we covered, he was the fact that we just have open lines to your time travel, practice your time travel, just call in and tell us what can happen with you. People are kidnapped by Bigfoot, no matter what. Tell me more. Yeah. You ever call bullshit? No. So the last time I saw you, gave you an Aztec death whistle, and Brian Callen flew in the air and caused the death of the pandemic. He was very good at it, out of nowhere. He just like grabbed it. He had another one. So he was like, that's Luke Cavalier. Yeah. Right. That is a beautiful one. I probably let's not repeat it, but yeah.
I'm not following it. I don't know if it's true or not true, but it's not
It definitely was. I got a lot of messages about it. Like, hey, this was thinking that started this pandemic. People were blowing up whistles all over the world.
Yeah.
They're up those whistles out there. No way. No way.
The only thing is, I don't think anybody was reading one on a podcast that was spread by those people.
I mean, we were directly responsible for those to become viral podcast things. No place. People knew about it, but they became this international thing. But they didn't talk about it. That's what we
Well, I don't know. They are weird. The sound is creepy.
yeah.
You know?
So,
Yeah, if you heard dudes in the distance making that noise and people were after it, and that was like,
I mean, it's definitely beautiful. People do fine for them. Just hearing randomly in the middle of the night. People running around.
where's the origin of that? Like, Aztec definitely. When did this start?
People keep finding it. The Aztec is a model for the Inca, which were a bunch of tribes that moved from northern America down there, and they brought with them a lot of customs, and I think they were around before that. A lot of them were, so a lot of it was like shamanistic people kind of imbued themselves with these spiritual energies. A lot of but some of the ones that were true, apparently, they're more about the speaking out that were down there. But they've been, people told me, that the native people around there told me that they're very much specific about just that, yeah, they can like bring these flower rules that they would have with classical Pokemon. That's really what they show, try and capture people to bring back to sacrifice. And the way they tire them is to blow those at night where they were capped or they were a place where they were about to cap. So and they keep that. People glorify a lot of people from Mexico that everything's probably some other tribe that didn't lose that innocent concept.
Yeah, bottom fat.
But that's the reason it's out there. The Spanish killers now like themselves and everything is really they believe that you're not kind of badass. They ask us to be sarcastic about them and when they come back from the story. And the soldiers came over like, hey, catch them. But people talk about it. The soldiers. And at the end of the year, people that were
Where's clients go? They found the Aztec people living in them. People, yeah, they just wound up living in them. They found them.
Because we were done. Which they call basically shooting the God is what the Aztecs called the Spanish, which is not. Yeah, they were the Aztecs definitely hired some people into the south. But yeah, the city was abandoned. And when they passed the city of God, they called it the sun of the moon. What they did so forward. And when they made it to the south of Mexico, the world was expensive. People old. So that's a huge industry. People don't want to see that the Africans don't push it, but if they
It's not the Mexican native language. No, right? We assume what they're accomplishing. There's a bunch of lost language. Something interesting happened with them. They're non-Cortez and East Spanish are all perfect yes. People, it's perfect. It's kind of look at it from the outside perspective. Colonial, but we just believe they were just getting off their own concept of like war. So they were getting people back. So they were always it's not blonde hair part. Those are always found people on that boat. And I think this is very much but when you kind of look at the way the conflict took place in Mexico versus other places, there was a lot of religious nonsense on both sides. There was a lot of bullshit. But in the end, I think Mexico went around with the route of Mississippi. We decided the Spanish decided to take lives. And they gave honorary titles to help fight the United to help with the conquest of what was actually reality at that time. And we gave Christians culture, to nations culture, the very much it's part of the shop, because we are part of Mexico, because the Afghans are a lot of people high schools that got a lot of this education of how the evil Spanish came and wiped out all of the nations, when in reality, a lot of us in Mexico have most of them. There's a lot of so they were very much popular. And I think that has something to do with our psychology and culture. It was a part of our history and we say that the president the past president that's all about setting the human state and it's funny, like some of the bloggers from Spain were fun. You're asking about Spanish, right? And you're probably an ancestor of certain people, so it's kind of you more as us. Yeah, we didn't go over, we're still here. Yes. Yes. And right. And people ask for the Mayans, they're there. You go down there, you get these guys, you look at my exactly the things that the anthropology, they have whole Mayans Star Wars now, their culture is so advanced, so detailed, so incredibly weird, and the whole feeling of them being gone disappears as a mystery, but we go on there. They look fine. Yeah, they look very good. I went to, first of all, I know that the thing is music important, but when you go there, you're like, what happened? Like, how did you like, how are you building the structure strong there's no doubt. There's no doubt. There's a lot of that, but there's also a lot of like credible. Yeah, it's like this isn't just like a one-time project. You got it right the first time. How are you guys so good at like when you look at the village just music here, where you can't walk them at I was in big trouble. But when I was back in the day, you could climb up there. This is like I guess 4,000. And you're allowed to walk out. So they'll be up now. They just do videos of doing things, and then, they'll get links to the bottom of that feed. There's a watch guy all the top and a bunch of dogs over the white dogs up there. Oh, really? Like the orange and the sun here in the Mexican dogs up there. This one, everyone's all that's fighting. playing on Feral Dog and investigate. But when you see these things, and to listen to images, when you see some of these, when you see some of these pyramids of Valley, that's so different. See, that is so sophisticated, so raw. Yeah, we had a really good guide, and the guide was showing us this one area where they whatever psychedelic plants, they have like some ceremonial room with psychedelic plants, and he was telling me that it's not totally understood what they were doing, why they were doing it, but it is widely accepted that some of what they were into had to do with psychedelic issues. And he thinks that had a lot to do with why they were into these kind of insane complex structures. Anything that I've also kind of like realized after talking to people going down and seeing some of the artifacts, a lot of the psychedelic activity actually were self-harm and mutilation, like that type of activity. And really, a lot of the aspects you see depicted in pulling up towards these forms through their bite, trying to invoke it it's such a strange thing. It's such a bizarre state of mind. Which matched up perfectly with some of the factors. When you look at a lot of the places in Mexico, you see that the net kind of perfect culture. But the Mexicans were venerating another god at a iguana area in Mexico. That's where the well, that's wrapped around his dick. A lot of people want to go take. A lot of people want to go take ayahuasca down there, but I don't see a lot of this probably coming back. Well, maybe, but that's a big part of what they also do. A lot of blood letting blood, which a lot of people in Mexico. So propaganda didn't have them go there spilling skull piles, commemorating whatever war depictions of them in police that they didn't say sacrifice people on other pyramids pulling out their bricks. Well, that was that one statue that's on top of the pyramid that's like that. That's where it's happening. It makes sense. Even the way that the art is depicted, can't fake that. Most people will say we do it with rituals to get the art. Yeah, because it's style like that. So that's why there's a lot of depictions of some of these gods, like these guys are cool people, they're bored and then they go to the ass. Sometimes it's depicted with a skeletal form and hands set up with this, and you see a split diamond. Bottom coming out underneath the signifier. Show that sculpture, that flat head sculpture that looks like a man. It looks like he's sitting on his hands and knees with his, based up with that one. Yeah, that was really great. And again, I imagine a lot of these things that he mentioned are things out there. I don't understand. But I know with various essential things it's one of the and a lot of the Catholic side of things that came into the Catholic, that they came into this area, just due to the purpose. They were also talking about a God that was skulls in the corner right next to the church. Where the capital of Mexico is right now, the cathedral to kind of there's a temple
the movie type of the Aztec Empire, and there's a lot of those types of symbols in the skull because that's where you have the body. Sorry, I butchered the word. They would have these rasty skulls on top of their sepulchre, kind of displaying like the people that had come. What was the story? Was the completion of Tehran or one of the Aztec pyramids where they sacrificed 1,000 slaves? Or whoever it had, I've heard numbers of 2,000. I have no idea how you kind of figure out those numbers, right? But yeah, accounts of some of the Spanish countries that were describing the smell of some of these things. Which if you were in like a slaughterhouse, this stuff. Yeah, it's uncanny, and there's something about human talent. I've also smelled and blood that is very nice. So that is one of the probably have some genetic memory, but that smell it makes it more fun, I guess. And then they describe it when you finally got to the city. The city, don't get me wrong, the Aztec Empire is like in Spanish. They had water systems, concepts,